Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Wednesday morning, first day of the month, new quarter, new JP Morgan collar trade,
Government shutdown.
Let's go, baby. Good morning, Chet. Good morning, everybody. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And, of course, on the big screen, always looking real dapper, our man, Jimmy Cagnina. He's also known as a senior market strategist in these parts. But good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. I am pumped for a great trading day across all the asset classes. Cannot wait.
Yep. See, he's always positive, man. He is. I can't wait to have Jimmy down here in Florida in a couple weeks. I'm super excited about that. First day of the month, I put my morning note. Look, equities have started weak the past several months. It's kind of strange. It doesn't mean that they're weak. They just start off weak and they end strong. We know that. We saw that yesterday in the close. We'll probably talk more about that, probably tied to the JP Morgan collar, and we get a new one today. Gold starts off strong. That was the number one thing I talked about yesterday. I was talking about that with Merritt and them. I said, if there's a day of weakness, it's yesterday. And then once kind of gold closed out for the day on the regular trading futures or regular trading hours for futures, it got bid up into the close and came back down. And, of course, we'll talk more about that and why I think, again, you just see these patterns over and over again. Gold's up 1% to start today. But I'll get to that when it's my turn. A lot of news overnight. Shai, what's the scoop?
So, well, obviously we have the government shutdown, which means they're going to start furloughing about 750,000 government employees. Now, what makes this a little bit trickier, if you remember, Trump mentioned that he would permanently reduce the federal workforce by 100,000 jobs if we went into a shutdown. So we'll have to see if that happens, if we do see 100,000 jobs permanently gone from the government. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Obviously, that means jobless claims and non-farm payroll will not be reported this week. So there is that. That just means that this morning's ADP number at 8:15 is going to be all that more important because it's going to be the only guide that we have this week without those government numbers. I do want to remind everybody that when the government shuts down, essential services still continue. So you still have Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, law enforcement, the military, air traffic control, federal hospitals, even the USPS, the Postal Service. And so really all you're going to see is non-essential services such as national parks, some routine regulatory inspections, and some benefit processing may slow down. But these federal employees that are furloughed do not get paid while they're furloughed, but they get back paid as soon as they come back. And so really, you and I will probably not notice that the government shut down at all. Next on the list, we have the new JPM collar. So we have the long 53.10.62.90 put spread and short the 69.55 call. They paid $330.1 million to put that position on. So those are the new strikes for the new collar. Next, we have bond traders boost bets on 10-year rally as shutdown begins. So bond traders have been pumping millions of dollars into options wagers that the Treasury's, the U.S. 10-year, is on the cusp of a rally that's going to drive yields to the low. We had the most bullish positioning on Tuesday, the day before the government shut down. There was one bet for a premium of $35 million, targeting a decline in the 10-year to about 4.05%. We're currently sitting around 4.15%. So a lot of options going on that treasuries are going to rally, since we talk about the treasury markets a lot. We have the EU is going to ramp up tariffs on steel imports, mirroring U.S. duties. So they will impose a 50% duty on imported steel, including the U.S. and Asia. Then yesterday we had there was a lot of news that OPEC was going to raise production by 500,000 barrels per day to the end of the year per month, is what the media was reporting. Now, that meeting is October 5th. It'll be this weekend. We'll find out what they really do. However, the OPEC Secretariat had enough of that and wrote in a media post that the plans to raise output were misleading. They said at present discussions among the relevant ministers concerning the upcoming meeting have not yet commenced. Consequently, the OPEC Secretariat strongly urges media outlets to exercise accuracy and responsibility in their reporting in order to avoid fueling unnecessary speculation in the oil market. So there is that. And if you'll remember this, the Wall Street Journal, Reuters, and Bloomberg were not invited to the OPEC meeting this past summer. It was the very first
You were,
time.
though.
So I was invited, yes.
Just saying.
I was, yes. And then last but not least, we have we had the mortgage rate come in this morning earlier. Mortgage rate is slightly higher at 6.46%, previous 6.34%, and we had applications fall 12.7% last week.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of piggybacking off what you talked about yesterday with like those mortgage. That's something to watch. I'm going to get to you in a second, Craig, but I guess Robin the Hood, I mean, this guy made me laugh. I almost started busting out laughing when he said it. He goes, I have an ounce coming in the mail. USPS better not. That was funny, man. I love our chat. That really, I literally, Shai was talking. I'm like, I almost started busting out laughing because of that. Again, the government shut down. It's good to know that the main things are continuing to go. Obviously, you take your family on vacation. You're going to a national park. My brother just did that this year, and that closed. It sucks. Hopefully they sort this out. Again, these government shutdowns, it feels like we're always going through these now, and it seems like a lot of it is these fear tactics to get things done that they want. Both sides are puffing their chest, peacocking, and hopefully we get through this and they figure out a solution. I haven't followed it too closely, but thanks for the information on that, Shai. Craig, to you, a lot kind of to talk about. What happened yesterday, coming in today, what are you seeing?
Yeah, October 1st today is also, you didn't mention this, but it's the start of Uptober, which is what Bitcoin enthusiasts often refer to as the month of October. 9 of the last 10 Octobers up for Bitcoin, average gain 22.5%. So what could possibly go wrong? So it's Bitcoin season again here. But no, yesterday what I was noticing, and I think this is picking up a little bit more momentum, is there is a concern. Strains in the credit market are starting to develop a little bit more intensely. I think we know that student loan repayments are being mandated or have been mandated now again, and so we're seeing. Some of the student loan issuers like Sallie Mae and Navy and SoFi starting to slide. Some of these business development companies starting to slide. Buy now, pay later names. Klarna was a big IPO, broke IPO price earlier, I think last week, and it's really been trading weak. AFRM, Upstart, and then subprime and some of these private credit failures as well. There's another big bankruptcy, First Brands, which is an auto company based in Cleveland, potentially up to $50 billion of liabilities. So it seems like the credit markets are starting to get a little bit concerning, a little bit of contagion. I hate to use that word, but you have to kind of monitor it. We're starting to see some of these tertiary financials really starting to struggle and break down. And I think that falls in line with concerns about the labor market and concerns about consumers' abilities to pay back debt, right? We talked about the mortgages yesterday. We talked about subprime loans. And so a strained consumer in a weak labor market, credit markets are starting to pick up on that, not necessarily impacting Mag 7 names. And so we saw that outperformance again yesterday. But under the hood, some of the dispersion there, some of the weaker credit names and consumer-related names are starting to struggle. So ADP at 815, another test case for the labor market strength. And I think if we get another weak number, we're going to see some more concerns about ability to pay and some of those credits. And we know what happens when credit contagion starts to fester into the rest of the markets.
Yeah, well, we've seen it. I've lived through a couple of those situations. Shai, we're 5 minutes out. Quick preview of the number, then I'm going to get to Jimmy.
Yeah, so ADP is supposed to come in at, the survey is 51,000. Prior was 54,000. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and like you said, emphasis on that number today because we don't have other numbers today. And ADP has been a busy number anyway, so I think it just adds to the focus of this number this morning. Jimmy, I'll get to you now. Tape, again, yesterday I talked about, last day of the month gets a little interesting at equities. I said if they get above the high, you might start to see buying coming in and get below the low, they get selling. And ends of the months are tricky, end of the quarters are tricky. You saw some buying probably because of the JP Morgan collar unwinding that they go to futures markets to take off whatever hedges that they had. It's the easiest way, most liquid way. Today we come back in right after the close, they give it all back. S&P's down 27 this morning. You got Nasdaq's down $1.20, 24,782. S&P's at 67.11. Russell's down the least, 24.47, down $8. Dow is down $1.40 to 46,548. Energy flat today, first day of the month, first day of the quarter. Not a lot of focus on energy first day of the month, first day of the quarter. Not surprising. It hasn't been super energetic trade anyway, so everyone's kind of like, We'll maybe talk more about that later. So crude is down 30 cents to 62.07. And then we have gold. This is, to me, the story. The metals come in first day of the month, first day of the quarters, and they've been bid. Strongest primary trend, most fundamentally back trend, period. There's nothing even close.
And you have all of them bid.
All of them
Copper,
bid.
silver,
Gold, copper,
palladium,
silver.
platinum.
They're all up. And they're all up 1%, nearly 2% on silver. Copper's up the least, up a third of 1%. Bond market flat, dollar flat, not a surprise. Again, the areas where there's not a lot of energy, where we're likely to see consolidation, pretty flat today. Jimmy, what did you see in the overnight? Talk about what you saw end of the month yesterday into today.
Yeah, I mean, metals is the story. I mean, they just keep rolling, right? You just mentioned gold, silver, platinum, palladium. They're all moving. I mean, gold, that 4,000 level is a psychological level. I know they say, well, it's going to act like a magnet. In this case, I think it's going to. I mean, this is a super, super strong market. So when I see gold up 1% day after day, and when it doesn't matter if it's September or October, that is just an incredibly buoyant market. But then you have this debate. We talked about this yesterday. If you're over 50, under 50, Bitcoin versus gold, where's everybody putting their dough in? Bitcoin's making a run too. Now, it's not at historic highs like we're seeing in gold, but in Bitcoin, we're up over 2% today and tracking 117,000 plus. There's a lot of resistance at 118,000, but we could have a breakout to the upside. There's like a triple top form in there as well. So those are the two big ones that I'm looking at. Also, I'm looking at the 10-year note as well. It's trying to inch up. It's consolidated sideways. We have cash yields at 4.134 today. It's up a few ticks right underneath that ADMA, trying to bounce up. I get a feeling though, and I kind of agreeing with Craig, that we're going to could see some buoyancy here in the 10-year note. I think it's more important as a gauge. Yeah, 30-year bonds are going to move more, but the 10-year is really, if you see action in the 10-year, then everything else is going to follow.
Yeah, I agree with that. Craig, we're going to go to you, previewing ADP. We're 2.5 minutes out. Give us some scenarios.
Yeah, this has been, ADP had been leading the non-farm payrolls reports already earlier this year, and then we saw the big revision from the official data, last month that kind of, caught up to the weakness in ADP. ADP had a little bit of a tick up back in July. It was weak again in August, and, expected softness again here too. So I think another soft number, 0 to 50,000. I think markets are going to say, look, this labor market is becoming an increasing concern. And so, again, is it the type of thing that the Fed isn't mindful of? No, the Fed is on top of this, right? They cut rates last week or two weeks ago. They're likely to cut rates again in October and again in December. But there's various members of the Fed who are not looking to do much more than that. They see sticky inflation out there, and so they're not looking to accelerate the pace or the magnitude of rate cuts. And so if we start to get even weaker numbers, the market's going to start begging for that, right? We know the market loves to beg for more liquidity from the Fed. I think on back of a stronger than expected number here, I think the bond market is going to sell off. I think clearly there were concerns in the month of August about the weakness in the labor market. If we get a strong ADP print here with, let's say, positive revisions, our market's going to sell off because people are saying, look, that maybe the Fed is right not to be so aggressive with the cutting. We'll see the front end sell off, and I think equities would get a hit on that.
Yeah, Shai, whenever you see the number, just let us know.
Just blurt it out.
Just blurt it out. Overpower us. Yell in the mic. Yeah, I mean, for me, to be clear, I am short S&P by puts. I bought 66.30s yesterday. I'll talk about that position, why I'm in puts. I talked about it yesterday with Farm. I looked at this area. I think 57.15 or 67.15 to 67.20 is key resistance for me now. I'm a little underwater on them right now. I paid $31.75. I bought a few of them. It's like $5,000 a risk, and that's like a starter position for me. So I'm looking at that. I'm going to hold those into next Friday. If we close above 67.20 again today, I'm probably wrong. But if they stay close below there, I'll probably add to that. And I'm using options because I think like a day like today could accelerate it. And I think this move, if it's going to happen lower, mean reversion, not a big bearish call.
Minus 32,000.
So
Yeah.
market
Loser.
didn't even move. So talk to us about that, Craig.
Yeah, and this is a pretty bad number. I mean, and look, I mean, it's on a survey of the entirety of the economy, but it is the main benchmark for the private sector economy now. And with government shutdown and government layoffs, that means the labor market is likely even worse. So not surprising here to see bonds and fixed income rally. A bit of a gold rally. And right now, look, equities initial pop and then get sold right away because this is, I believe, folks starting to pick up the idea that maybe the economy isn't as strong as the administration would like to articulate, and maybe that there is some issues under the surface with respect to the credit markets and consumers' abilities to pay. Labor slowing down is the forward-leading indicator for people's abilities to pay back their debts, whether it's mortgages, autos, credit cards, anything. And so, less hiring momentum, more layoffs. As I have a chart that shows, kind of a pickup in layoffs for the month of September versus October versus August versus July. Labor market showing clear signs of deterioration here. I think that's going to become a concern, an increasing concern for equities.
And I think also, remember that October 1st, those federal employees that were laid off or asked to go at the beginning of the year, their stipend is up. So they're going to start claiming unemployment in October, if they hadn't already gotten a job or, whatever. So we're going to start seeing those numbers filter into the unemployment numbers as well and into jobless claims.
Also, last month was revised lower from from 54,000 positive to negative 3,000. So we're talking about two consecutive months of negative payrolls, August and September. Clearly, that momentum we've been talking about is picking up. And the Fed's going to be out there to address it. Like, are we going to talk now about a 50 basis point rate cut for October? Is that going to start getting priced in or commanded or demanded by the equity community? I think that'll be the trade for the next few days. We'll wait and see.
No doubt. And I think it comes down to, again, this is the scenario we talked about. If bond markets go up because of this news, because of this reason, is that now not bearish for equities? Because if bonds were to continue to drift higher and we were going to slowly see, rates get cut 25, 25, 25, whatever that path was going to be, if now the talk is 50 and because jobs are weaker, did the equity markets react opposite to bonds? And they did. That to me is the biggest thing I see right now. Right. Jimmy, what do you see in the tape?
Yeah, I mean, the 10-year is popping right now. I mean, we're approaching that 113 handle. I have a substantially large green candle on my daily chart right now. We're tracking 112.27. So this is, not surprising. This is giving me an indication of what's going on everywhere. So as this continues up, really, if we start getting a close into the 113 handle, with no Friday jobs data, this has some legs to maybe get into this consolidation area that we saw here in early September. Mid 113 handle on the 10-year notes. The bonds are up. I don't know how many, almost a half a handle at 14 ticks, 15 ticks right now, and climbing. No wicks at the top of these candles, so buyers are coming in pretty strong here on this number, and we'll see if this is sticky and holds throughout the rest of the day.
I think because it's the first day of the month, it's going to be. And I also think that puts a 3 handle on the 10-year note. That's what I see. You put a 3 handle on the 10-year note, what does that look like to the rest of the equity index markets? And right now, it's not good. First day of the month, I think, really makes us even.
Yeah. The other thing we're going to get is we're going to start to see a pickup in volatility, right? We're going to see a pickup in bond volatility. When everyone's comfortable, it's going to be, one rate cut every 6 weeks, every meeting. Bond volatility, fixed income volatility is fairly muted. When we start to get this kind of data and we start to talk about the potential for an accelerated rate cut path, bond volatility is going to start to pick up. And we know as volatility starts to rise in one asset class, it starts to fester into other asset classes. We're seeing it in precious metals already. If it starts to pick up into equities too, then we start to bring in some of these systematic dynamics, right? We know CTAs are long. We know vol control funds are long. And so if you start to lose some of that support because volatility is rising, that's when you get that 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 type dynamic that Brent Johnson mentioned, a few weeks back. So
yeah, I mean, this is actually setting up to that for me. Winston Loke's asking, guys, what is the ticker ZN? And it's the 10-year treasuries. And thank you, Fractal Firmament, for we got great chat. I tell you what, they're funny, they're smart. It's always, I always love reading the chat. So when I look at, again, markets, initial thoughts are this adds fuel to the fire of what was already happening on the first day of the month, first day of the quarter. We talk about flows, right? We talk about, positioning. Where are we, where's the market overly positioned? They're adding to positions in gold, right? Not doing much, I think, in the energy space, and maybe we'll let Shai touch on that before we get into Jimmy's Edge report. The bond market is getting positions add to the buy side, and I think that continues. And equities, which have not really been overbought, I think, again, for equities, I don't think this is a big bearish situation. I just think it means that we finally have some mean reversion. It's why, again, I say I'm staying a little bit short at the moment, and I don't, I like the options market in this particular instance because vol's been whacked so hard that I could buy some puts. I mean, yesterday I was underwater on them. Today I'm probably still a little bit underwater on them. But if it starts to go, I think if we get below yesterday's low of 66.93 during RTH, it gets interesting. Now, the flip side is today, if we do start to rally with bonds, then you just go, you know what, first day of the month, I don't know that I would want to fight that if I start to see S&P start getting firmly bid towards yesterday's highs with bonds going up. That's the interesting trade to me, Craig. Like, what happens there, right? Like, all of a sudden bonds, keep going up, and not for good reasons, and equities go up. That's, to me, the tough trade.
No, agreed. I mean, we've seen that, right? We've seen this last move in equities to all-time highs has been accompanied by this rally in bonds, and so multiple expansion story has been in there. And even though there's been earnings issues in some of the lower-end consumer-related facing companies, and now this credit issue, broadly speaking, money's not coming out of the equity market. It's also first day of the month, so you get those 401k inflows first day of the month too. So that might keep us bid, for the day as well. But I think over the next couple days into weeks here, this narrative about the slowing U.S. consumer and the slowing labor market, and is the Fed too late with the speed of these cuts to really do anything about it? I think that's going to come, increasingly to the fore.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for day traders, everyone, I think that you're gonna get busy markets. I think you're gonna have busy markets. I think you're gonna be able to trade this on both sides of the tape if you're trading equity indexes. I think that's what you're gonna see. And just going back to what Winston had said, the ZN, if it is an uptrend, it's not that it's inverse correlation with indices. If ZN goes up, or if the bond markets goes up, which is ZB or ZF, if they go up, that means that rates are going down. Right. So everyone understands that. You could also pull up the 10-year micros, which is it's the micro treasuries, which will show you the actual yield, which is 4.096 right now. And like I said, I think we're going to see a 3 handle coming soon. Shai, preview our guest. Big guest today.
Big guest. We have Victor Sperandeo. He has been in the financial markets for over 45 years. He is founder and CEO of Alpha Financial Technologies. He's also the founding partner and CEO and president of EAM Partners. He's traded money independently and for big names such as Leon Cooperman and George Soros, and global investment banks such as HSBC, RBS, and Nomura. He's widely regarded as a commodities expert, particularly in energy and metals. And he also he predicted the market crash during 1987, and so he is well known for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about a lot of people, that are kind of famous online, right? I've been in this business for 30 years. He's somebody I heard about 30 years ago, right? There's not a lot of people that you hear about that for that long. That's the real OG coming on today. I can't wait to speak with him. Excited about that. And Chad, you should be as well. All right, everybody. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the 10-year. We've been talking about this a lot. This is a daily chart right here. We have a pretty significant benchmark candle brewing right now. Big green candle. We're tracking 112.27 half right now. We've blown through all of the key moving averages. The 8 starting to arc up, the 21 starting to arc up, and even the lowly stochastics down here in the gutter starting to arc up. Earlier today, yields were at 4.134. I'm sure they're a lot lower now as after the number was released. But this is a big move up. This area that's kind of identified by my hamburger bun up here, this is kind of a older consolidation area that we saw early September. We'll see if we can get a drive back up into that. And this is a terrific market, by the way, if you haven't traded interest rates before, and you want to get your toe in the water, this is a pretty good market to consider. Smaller tick size, the ranges aren't as caustic. It trends really nicely here. You can be a little bit more patient learning how the math works. Here's the intraday chart right now. We just wicked up to that Mentor Q one-day max. There it is again. And that's at 112.28, 30 seconds. Next step up really is R2, and R2 is at 112.30 half. So pretty big candle so far. We'll see if it settles down or not. VWAP is going straight up right now. We cruise through R1. JAX1 is in the rearview mirror, but that's still in play at 112.16 should things settle down a little bit. Let's just shoot over to gold right now, because gold is really the story, right? I mean, we're talking about all-time highs every single time when you blink your eyes. And look at this. I mean, ever since this rally started August 20th, 2025 in earnest, and it's really just been a little bit of a pause here for, I don't know, maybe a week at the beginning of September, but then we just continue to rip higher. Look at that 8 EMA. That's key for me. We're just walking along the 8 EMA. There's price separation now between that 8 EMA and price right now, a large price separation right now, and I'm tracking these fib extensions. Next one up is 39.59. Is for that's a 76.6% minor fib number, but it's still important. Stochastics, forget about it. They're super strong here. It's gonna be it's tough to sell this market. Intraday there'll be some opportunities, but you got to be careful here. The bias is definitely bullish. We are above that session VWAP. We lost VWAP in the rearview mirror during the London initial balance, which exploded upward. Right, London bell rang, boom, buyers came in, pushed us all the way up again to that one-day max from Mentor Q, and that was at 39.16 half, and R1, pretty much the same. Kind of settling right back down to VWAP here. We'll see if there's that Brian Shannon VWAP touch or not for the session. Call resistance is right below it at 3,900 as well. Kind of a double distribution on the volume profile so far. We'll see if the volume in the middle fills out a little bit. Very possible it will. The official point of control, though, is all the way down here at 38.90. And if we do break lower, we have that JAX4 at 38.75, and then the pivot just below that. Things are moving in the gold market. Let's go over to the Bitcoin. The debate rages, who's buying Bitcoin, who's buying gold. Right now we have a triple top ruin. 1 on the 22nd of August, 2 on the 18th of September, and 3 right now. So this box up here, this rectangle, this is resistance. It starts at around 118,000 here. We'll see if we can, third time as a charm, and we can break on through or not. Moving averages are crossing up and sloping up nicely. And look at stochastics. Stochastics, what a great signal after the fact, though. Boom, we're popping up here to the high end of this consolidation range. We'll see if we can continue going. Intraday, we have some targets here as well. One-day max, hit it again. Imagine that. So if you're early morning traders, look for these one-day maxes and one-day mins, approximately 117,700. That's pretty much frames the top of the conversation here. We do have a 0 DTE gamma wall and call resistance at 117,000 even. And if this thing keeps moving up, there's a lot of empty sky up here. I mean, my next target's R3 up here at 119,550. Should we get a continued breakout to the upside? On the downside, I'm going to keep my eye on that VWAP, and I'm going to keep my eye on that 116,000 level. Again, 0 DT put support. And then real quickly, we're just going to look at a daily on an E-mini S&P. And I did want to point out, what I did with this is I added this contract volume profile, right? We still have that contract gap down here, that little pink rectangle down here. We're pretty far away from it for now. But just tracking volume ever since the 15th, we have a pretty keen point of control right here, 67.10. A lot of price happiness right here. So we'll see if this continues to act like a magnet or if we start trading south of that or north of that. 80 MA is key right now. We're a little bit up. We had buyers push us all the way back up here above that 80 MA again at 67.02. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, let's get ready for our guest.
Yes, we have Trader Victor Sperandeo. He is founder and CEO of Alpha Financial Technologies and founding partner and CEO of EAM Partners. He's been in the business for 45 years. He's widely regarded as an expert in commodities and particularly energy and metals sector. And in recent years, he's best known for developing indexes and trading strategies that are designed to benefit from futures price trends. So he is the man for futures.
Love it. All right, let's bring him in.
Yeah, good morning.
Victor, good morning. Pleasure to meet you.
It's
How you
a pleasure
doing?
pleasure to meet you too. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, we hear you loud and clear, my friend.
All right.
And earlier this morning, I was talking about I've been in the business for 30 years, and I came from the trading floor, and there's all these people you hear about when you get onto social media that you never heard of, and they're kind of famous. But you're somebody that I have had a great deal of respect for and followed for many years. So I really appreciate you being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
On the first day of the quarter, so we come out of the third quarter. Here we are, October 1st. What are your thoughts on where we are in this current market environment, Victor?
Well, all of these are markets, of course. They're somewhat different. The bond market is lagging behind because the Fed doesn't want to lower rates. This is partially political, but the one thing I can stress is that as traders, you should pay more attention to the politics and less to the Fed. But the markets are going up because stocks don't care about interest rates per se unless they get outrageously high or outrageously low. It's more about money supply, liquidity. I would recommend Michael Howell for liquidity. He came out of Solly in my day, and he knows how to calculate liquidity better than anybody else. But the markets are basically based here on the S&P, using that as an example, on cash flows into the economy. Now, this is all set up when you get a job and you get your 401k, IRAs, etc. You set it up for a certain deduction to be put into stocks. So stocks are going up constantly because there's cash flows running into that. Now, that'll end when there's a recession. And the big stocks, the Facebooks and Googles, they make their money on advertising. In a recession, the first thing you cut back on is advertising. But we haven't seen a real recession since the end of the last recession. I don't count the COVID 220 as a recession, ridiculous 2 months. You have to go back to June of 2009. So you've been in this very long uptrend in the economy, which is intended. Remember Janet Yellen, if you paid attention to her in her day, she said you'd never see another recession in her lifetime. The market is rigged not to go down for several reasons, but the main ones, they need the tax receipts from day traders like you all, and they basically, without that, the deficits would widen in a greater quantity. And right now, they're politically incorrect with these deficits, which they continue to make the markets go up on. So let me stop rambling for a minute and give you some insight about what I think is the most important things. First, understand Charles Dow came out and said there are three trends in the market. He came out with this in 1896. So there's the short-term trend, which is what most of the people who are listening to me trade, in my opinion, and that would be days to weeks. Then there's the intermediate trend, which is weeks to months, usually up to 6 months. And then there's the long-term trend, which is 6 months and longer. So to know which trend you're in and what you are you a day trader? Are you a short-term trader? Or are you an intermediate-term trader? Is important because you can counter trend trade and put your positions on if you are adding or subtracting from them, knowing these three things. The other important thing I would suggest is that you ask the question, what does the government want the markets to do? Now, sometimes there's a conflict, like right now between Trump and the Fed, but basically Trump wins in this battle, and Jerome Powell is going to leave. He's there for 5 more meetings, by the way. So after 5 more meetings of the Fed, he's gone, and Trump will put in somebody that agrees with him, and interest rates are going down. So, for example, using that piece of information, I am long 5-year future notes in size because interest rates can't go up. They got to go down. Now, it's a patient trade. It's not going to, go in. You're not going to go in and out of this daily. I basically took a position near the lows. I basically add to it when you get a dip. And I just know interest. Now, it's a boring trade. And it isn't for traders. It's a position trade that basically is long-term oriented. I'm just using it as an example for what I'm saying. So that's a sure thing in my mind. I mean, as sure as you can say something like that and not change your mind the next day. So I basically think that the interest rate market is going to go down. No matter, in between is the noise. Now, traders, of course, and I used to be a day trader. I'm now more a position trader, and I also create algorithmic trading concepts that I sell to institutions. And so I'm in a different business these days, although I pay attention to the markets daily. And then, by the way, just for the record, I started in '66. So started trading options in '68 for Philo Schmidt. So I go back a little longer than 45 years, but that doesn't matter. What matters is how do you make money? That's the key thing. So I try to change everything in my range that prevents me from making money. Last word, then you can ask any more questions you want. I just wanted to give you the thesis of the way I think. Get rid of anything and everything that has commentary in it except this show. I'm talking about if you listen to CNBC or any kind of news show, most of that is programmed propaganda to what you want to think. So you don't want anything obstructing your mental view of this basic question. Is the market going up, or is it going down, or is it going nowhere? Those are the only questions. And anything that gets in that way, anything that skews your view one way or another, coming from some commentator that basically was educated in college in the Keynesian School of Economics and basically has to say certain things if he's on the air or in newsprint. I used to, by the way, read Barron's. I was featured in Barron's several times, and I used to read the Wall Street Journal every day. I've canceled them. I don't read anything by anybody. I form my own opinions from looking at markets and charts and from what I basically understand is fundamental economics. So that's just a little brief. I hope I didn't go overboard there, but those are the things that I watch, and I'm still still making money.
I could listen to that all morning. And so a couple things. First off, I love how someone like you, who's been in the market for 60 years, looks at it in such a simple manner. I think that's extremely important. If anyone takes anything from today, I hope that they do take that advice. And I always say, when people say, what school did you go to? I go, I went to the same school you did, and that's high school. And I started as a runner on the trading floor, and that's how I learned how to trade markets too. It's up, down, or they're doing nothing. So I appreciate everything you said. The question I have following up what you said was, long to short end of the curve. I understand that trade, and I completely agree with you. The question that I have, because you got a lot of equity index traders in here, is what does that mean for equity indexes now that we saw an ADP number again, which was a miss this morning? You have starting to see slow down. We think, obviously jobs are getting hurt. We're going to see what that does to the consumer. If you believe that short-term rates are going to continue to go up, probably, well, obviously because President Trump wants them to go lower.
Short-term rates down.
Ultimately,
short-term rates down.
Short-term rates down. I meant bonds. Yeah, I meant bonds up, short-term rates down. But yes,
okay.
Yeah, and what does that mean for equities?
Well, like I say, try to separate your mental thinking from equities and bonds. As you can see, bonds are down. This year they're up a little bit, and so is the short end of that curve, meaning the 5 years is, in my view, the short end, 2 years, 5 years. They're really separate markets at this point. And again, a guy named Michael Green, you may have heard his name. He's a very smart quant type of thinker from Simplify. He's done the most analysis on the money flows dictating in this indexing atmosphere we're in, where people are indexing and not making judgments on so-called values of stocks. So money is going to continue to flow into the market. There's the noise or these news blips, they're great for traders and they're important and you should pay attention to those. But when you're sort of taking an intermediate trend position over months or a long-term trend, they don't matter. It matters to bonds. It matters to the dollar. It doesn't matter to gold, for example, which is trading on central banks buying gold and getting out of the dollar. I mean, getting out of U.S. bonds. And that trend is solid and in place. And just for the traders here, because I am partial to gold and silver myself, silver is lagging because silver still has a VAT tax. If you come from Japan or from Europe, for example, you have to pay a 10% tax to buy silver. That's why there's less demand for silver. And that's why silver isn't going crazy as it should because of supply demand. But you pay a tax to buy it. You don't in gold. And also central banks only have let's say, deemed gold a tier 1 asset. Silver isn't. So central banks are not going to buy silver. I mean, they're going to buy gold. So gold is the uptrend. Silver tags along with platinum and palladium to a degree. Those metals follow. But basically, you're trading different markets. Now, they are all interrelated, but gold has historically been negatively correlated, not negatively correlated to stocks. So if stocks are going up, usually gold is going down. This is a unique period because most people are switching out of U.S. debt to gold for their reserves. And that's logical when the U.S. stole effectively $350 billion worth of reserves from Russia because they didn't like the fact that they attacked within their, what they consider their country bounds. So, I mean, you have to trade each of these markets separately and differently, although understand there is some correlation between them, but it's very low. The bond market has nothing to do with the stock market anymore. It has to do with cash flows. And as long as you don't have a recession, those cash flows will continue. The only way they'll change where people panic if there's a deep decline in the Magnificent Seven stocks, and then they'll lose money and they'll get afraid and they won't buy the dips anymore if there's a recession that can't be controlled.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. And before you go, I have to ask you about your thoughts. We talked about bonds, we talked about equities, we talked about the precious metals markets. I wanted to get your thought on the energy markets here and kind of what's going on in the broader landscape and trying to trade this. As we know, we've seen depressed oil prices and problems within the industry. We're starting to see layoffs, et cetera. So what are your thoughts on the energy markets here?
Yeah, they're obviously, I mean, this is visual, they're range bound. And the trend in energy is down. And basically, there's an arbitrage there. It takes a little work and time, but you can arb natural gas versus energy. So people are switching out of oil and they're going into natural gas. That's a long-term situation. So oil is basically across. This is one of those things where it's not doing anything. It goes up and it comes down. Right now, the trend is still down. And until OPEC says we don't want it down anymore, and again, that's my thesis. Remember, you want to do what the government wants you to do because they hold the big bazooka and they can make it happen with either laws or various instruments they can use. So in this case, if OPEC isn't standing up for its price, it's going to go nowhere because Trump wants oil prices down so he can get the benefit of that in the CPI results and his political legacy. So I have no opinion on gold except to trade it when it gets near its lows. You could buy some and then trade it when it goes up, sell out of it, and maybe go short a little. I don't play oil big these days. And usually, if you come out of, if you work with Soros, the one thing he teaches you is that if you think you're right, to be huge. I mean, if you think you're right. Now, you have to also change your mind quickly. But most people will buy 2% of something or 1%, and they'll be, it's like a game. Really, for example, like I say, I have a huge position in these 5-year notes, futures. And if I'm wrong, I'll be surprised because, again, everybody wants it, meaning in the government, the federal government wants interest rates down. And so interest rates are not going to go up. So at best you go sideways a little bit, but then eventually it goes up. So this is a long-term trade into next May when he puts in somebody that's going to knock rates down to probably 2. That would be my guess, 2, 2.5. And I don't think they care about inflation. Inflation is manipulated. If there's one thing I would leave the audience with these trading insights that I've tried to convey, is that the CPI is 100% rigged. It has nothing to do with the price of goods and services. It is manufactured for political reasons. So again, we get back to disbelieving whatever government agencies tell you statistics are because they're trying to manipulate you. And basically you have to come to terms with that and just forget looking at these numbers. I don't look at anything that the government puts out or even the press. I trade and I don't even get executions. If I buy something, I don't care what I pay. I think it's going up. And when I sell it. I don't even know what price I sold it at. So anything that gets in the way of your emotions and your psychology, like trying to buy something at a specific price. Now, again, traders are a little different. You have to adjust a little bit for that. But I mean, in a position trade, I don't care what I pay. If I think something's going up, I just buy whatever size I believe is prudent at the time.
Victor, we have to end it there. I didn't want to end it there, but I wanted to keep going and going and going. But I know your time is valuable, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate having on the show. Like I said, I've been following you for years. It's been an absolute honor to have you on the show today. Thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to have you back.
Thank you.
Okay, Anthony. Thank you. Thank you, Shishi.
That was great. I mean, if we don't double the likes right now, I'm going to be pissed off. It better be to 200-300 here in a minute.
Fantastic. He's a legend.
What a great guy. I mean, he is, and I mean, you guys want people to talk to you, look you in the eye and tell you exactly what they think. That's what you have right there. And I loved it. And I agree with you. It's so funny because when we think about the trades that we know that are most likely to happen right now, Shai, we all know that short-term rates are going to go down, right? And I said, bonds are going to go up. And so he's long that trade.
Yep.
And all of us are trying to figure out what to do in equities. And I just love how he's just like, why are you trying to figure out all this other shit, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, my dad talking to me, well, if you think that's going to happen, go and do it. And you're always like, well, yeah, it's like the best advice anyone could ever give me. So that was fantastic. Final thoughts before, because we ran into Farm's time, but that's okay.
I know. Sorry,
Farm will be okay with it.
Sorry, Farm. No, that was fantastic. I'm glad he has the same view on on oil as I do. Play the edges. But besides that, we have just a reminder at 9:45. We have S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI at 10. We have ISM Manufacturing, and at 10:30, it's up in the air whether we have crude inventories or not because it's a government agency. So we'll see if that's around or how.
Shai, you're the best. Thank you so much, and shout out to Shai for getting Victor on the show. Thank you so much, Shai.
Thanks.
All right, let's bring in Farm. What time we got? Let's see how much time we've got. What's up, big dog?
Morning.
Morning. So our time was cut a little bit short, but we kind of had the guy on right now. We had the man Victor. That was pretty cool. Hopefully you were able to catch that. Wasn't that cool?
It was good stuff. Definitely good stuff.
Yeah, and right away I'm like, do I just want to start buying the short end of the curve? Before I even get out with you, it's like, I'm going to be long on the short end. No, but I'm short S&P via puts, Farm. I'm going to get to my stuff quick and then go right to you. I bought some puts yesterday. I bought 6630s expire in October 10th. I bought a few of them at 31.75. It's like 4,500-ish of risk. Starter position for me looking at that. As long as we stay below 67.20, I think we're heading down to 6,700. What do I look for that? Why am I, and this is not a big bearish call. This is a mean reversion trade. When I look at the markets here, a couple things that I look at. Number one is, what are the Bollinger Bands doing? Boomer Bands on a daily. I look to see when they start to come back inward like this. To me, this is a rally that's running out of gas. You finally have a lower high. And so this gets really interesting. Yesterday they had the opportunity to kind of splash them into the close. They didn't. They come back down today. We're sitting right here. We got short-term moving average. You can look at the 8, 9, or 10. I've got the 8 here. And I look at this just getting flat. Market's running out of gas. It's easy for me to lean on this area now because again, we're just running out of gas here. I look at where we got here. We got overbought here. We made a higher high, got more overbought. Remember, RSI is never going to tell me to get in or out of a trade, but it's just understanding the environment. Market comes off of it, right? It tries to get back up here, and I think up in this area, we're almost near like 70 or higher, where it gets almost overbought again a little bit on the RSI. And I just think all signs point to me to say we start to rotate. Again, it's not a big bearish call. I like puts just simply because I could manage risk better. It's too hard to be in futures for me here. And I think it happens by the end of next week that we start to push back down to here. Another thing I watch very closely is PAX's level of 66.58. That's his quarterly pivot. If it pushes below there, that's where I look to actually add to this position as it's going my way. So that's what I see here. I'm not going to go into much more. I'm going to look at the NASDAQ and show everyone. It's the same setup. I don't like shorting NASDAQ because, I like money and I don't like pain. So I'm not shorting the NASI. The S&P, I'm okay with shorting a little bit. I feel like at least I can manage that a little bit better. NASDAQ, big quarterly pivot for PAX is like 24,000. I can't see exactly what the level is. I should have marked it. Just call it 24,580-ish. That was right near overnight low. If it pushes below there, I think that also helps S&P go lower. But same look to me in NASDAQ. And then when I looked at the Russell, very similar as well. Bollinger Bands are flattening out, very similar of like a market that's just kind of out of gas and out of momentum. So when I look at the indexes across the board, that's what I see. Let's take a look inside the daily candles with my guy Farmer, what he has.
Yeah, if you remember, so yesterday we talked on NQ. It kind of hit that last line which for NQ was 969 to 980, and ES basically hit that same profile analog spot yesterday on that ramp into end of day. Same exact type of rejection we saw from NQ, And, we talked yesterday, we've got pretty much the same spot. You said 67.20. I was using 19 to 21 to this week. And I think you can call it 16 to 19 if you want. Basically the upper edge of this primary distribution. Got some weakness overnight. That went max bid off the 76 to 80 spot. That's no real surprise, dipping into this demand distribution and this LVN that's protecting this demand distribution from last week. That's no real surprise, but, sellers are going to have to come back in and lean back into this tape for sure. If you look at this weekly developing profile, you probably can't even see it on the screen. You see this tiny little baby distribution that they made overnight. This distribution here doesn't want to stand next to this primary distribution at the urinal, that's for sure. He's just a little baby guy. So you're going to need to build out some volume down here, just like this guy. And that starts to look bad, right? Like if you get an inside week with a lower high, and then this ends being, some kind of a double or multi-distribution week to the downside, then, I think you start talking about some potential for week. But something like that needs to be seen, or else it's going to continue to get these snapback rallies into value for the week. So this is where, we've accepted price basically for this week so far. We get an excursion lower, hits a key area, some support, fires right back and reclaims. And so, whether or not they can reclaim today 16 to 19-ish or 67.20, it's all the same basic spot, is going to be key. But I'm effectively considering that to be top of range, top of value for now for the week, basically where we have come up to, maybe a little higher above that. And so, it's going to be a big day to see if sellers come back and lean back on this tape. Do see potential for 66.50s. If we do get traction and a clean break away from yesterday's low. So we got some overnight, you got the reaction, which really was expected. And then, it's probably not going to be an easy pass. Even if we get through that overnight low, it's probably not going to be an easy pass. But and then, on the flip side of that, back above 67.20, I would agree. Sellers, you've got the water boy, oh no, we suck again meme, for sure. So that's what I'm looking at for ES today, really that kind of 16 to 20 range. And then, looking for a potential clean break away from yesterday's low on ES. I'll pull up NQ real quick. I would just leave the same picture. So again, you can see, so this was Monday for the Qs came up, and you can see again, basically lower edge, tiny little LVN, just below that upper distribution from last week. Same deal, same rejection, and same attempt overnight to make a clean break away from this volume for the week, coming back down into the meat of this distribution here, and a little bit of an LVN there in the middle. Fires off of it again, no real surprise. You get the snapback rally. That is what it is. So same deal. You're going to have to get a clean break away from, call it 759 or what have you, and build out some actual meaningful volume down here and not actually get a snapback. So that's the problem, right? Like we've talked about this and talked about, I think it was first on our interview in 2023, like price can do a little F around and find out, but value is really telling the story, right? So this was F around and find out for now. And we'll see if sellers can actually establish value lower. And then it's still an inside week. But again, it would be like something that they've proved, which it seems like it's been quite a while since they've proven anything. So that's really what I've been looking at, keeping in the back of my mind that everything looks good, everything looks constructive. Obviously everybody was very excited about the end of day rip yesterday. But it really didn't do much for yesterday's profile. If you look at NQ, it actually overlapped value lower yesterday in spite of that rip up. So my guard was up for sure, and was somewhat expecting or at least aware of the potential for this overnight move. And now the question again is, what do RTH participants think? Do they come back in and lean back into this tape and sell it? And then can they actually establish any value lower below, let's say, the last couple of days lows?
You had me, I almost busted out laughing when you said that little volume node doesn't want to stand next to the bigger node in the urinal. That was freaking classic. People, if you don't listen closely to Farm, you're missing the whole thing. I don't know what to tell you. You can't teach that. That's just too good. Yeah, it's funny. We've got really the same levels. It's good to see the 67.19 to 67.21 for you as well. That's why I always like looking at my stuff is, longer time frame, and I look at yours, you get inside, the daily candles to see what's really going on, and you can really see just like kind of what's happening there. So it actually helps give me confirmation as to what I'm looking at for a key level. And again, you look at it, Farm, it just looks like, again, it's going to be a bumpy road. I think the good thing is that regardless of kind of what happens here, it does look like we're starting to get a little bit busier. It does start to look like the market's giving people opportunities on both sides. It's not just this one way, stick to the high kind of tape. We're actually starting to get some nice rotations. And so if you want to be long, you have an opportunity to buy dips. And if you want to be short, you're getting opportunities to get rotations. I think, if anything, we could all be happy about that. But looking at that 66.76 to 66.80 level, to me, that's where I look at your stuff and go, that gets really interesting, because that to me really is kind of that breaking point where we stopped overnight. If we get down there, you do see us get back into that big body of that volume profile, and where a lot of time was spent. That's where we start to see potentially selling escalate. That's kind of what you're looking at, right? Because you said it's going to be hard to get below there, but if it does, that's kind of where you have that little gap in space where it could, start to move a bit.
Yeah, what would be bearish, and yeah, the first pass into the meat of this, I'm not sure that it's going to be clean. You might get another pop off of this demand left behind, and this, I would say, like, let's call it 69, just for good measure, but right around 69
just
or
pick
70.
A number.
Yeah, random number, but right around 69, you could get a pop and then a reclaim of the overnight low, and then if you're a seller, you're like, oh, well, shit, what do I do now, right? But if you're actually making lower highs, lower lows, and you're properly trapped, I think, in this lower distribution, then that looks pretty cheap, and you still got to fill out the rest of the week. I mean, it's early. I don't even know what today is. I think it's Wednesday. Plenty of time left on the weekly profile. Yeah, sellers are going to have to put some volume in down here, and then defend pops wherever an LVN is left behind. Between, let's say this distribution and this prospective, since we're perma bearish this morning, distribution down here into the low. So that's what the bearish case would be. And then the bullish case is pretty much anything other than that, honestly. So we've got a shit high on ES and NU. It's not great. We can still sell off of a shit high. But I wouldn't be surprised if we came back up. This is very similar to a range, and I know we're running out of time, but I want to say a couple of months ago, it's a very similar range. And in that instance, we came back up, we popped to a new high, and then we failed back down again. So that's something I'll keep in mind based on the way value has been developing on a daily basis and within these weeks. So that potentially could trigger some bearishness, but trying to plan for that, front run that shit is just it hasn't been fruitful for a very, very long time. So I would rather, if I want to join meaningfully, sellers, I would rather see, driving value lower, establishing it lower, developing pops at, some kind of LVN that's left behind. And then I'm a little bit more willing to take meaningful shorts.
All right, Farm, we'll leave it there. And just so everyone knows, it's no longer a poor high, it's a shit high. Just saying, we're right. Setting trends here, so we'll see if it carries through to the other segments. But all right, everybody, show Farm some love. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe. We're nearing 150,000. Where Farm's going to be giving away a pair of calf implants. I don't know if you knew that. That's what we're giving away in your segment. So, if you're looking for a new set of calves, I would highly recommend that you go in and hit like and subscribe, because that's what we're giving away. Nobody's doing what we're doing, Farm. Let's face it. This is just, setting all new trends here. So hit like and subscribe, everybody. Farm, thank you so much, my brother. I will see you. I'm out tomorrow, so I don't know if you're here, but I will be back next week.
We'll see you next week, Deli.
All right, everybody. What a morning here on NinjaTrader Live. Hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. I just, I love talking to traders. It's always so much fun getting the guests in, hearing different people's perspectives. Hearing Trader Vic come in today, somebody I followed for a long, long time, was really kind of, special. I think it was great. Just to hear somebody who's been doing it a long time. I've been doing it a long time. He's been doing it twice as long as me. And, you always respect people that came before you and the way that they view markets. And, I took a lot from that. Like I said, hopefully you did as well. Next up, we got an interesting day today. Leo is not here with us. So the big cat is out, but we've got Stowe. So we've got Stowe on one hand who loves to buy the dips, and we got Kane who loves to sell the rips. So let's get ready to trade the open with Stowe and Kane. Good morning,
Hey,
guys.
good morning.
Good morning, lads. How are
How's
we?
it going? Good morning, Deli. Haven't seen you in a while, brother. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I love having you here in the morning. What's going on with you?
Oh, nothing. Just chilling. I just opened the chart for the first time, and this is Kane. This is why I've been trying to move into your basement. Um, if you look, London just decides to open and just gets to buy everything. They get to do this all the time. They got my 6680 level. They got everything down there. But I don't know. Kane says he's got like workout equipment down there. I don't know what his deal is. He won't let me move in yet.
Yeah, I could just see Kane like opening the door of the basement and being like, "Stowe, you okay down there?" "I'm okay, buddy. How are you?"
I can just hear order filled, order filled, order filled all day. Yeah.
Oh, totally, totally. Kane, what's up with you, my brother? You back in the UK? It looks like you're back home.
Yeah, I'm back home. Yeah. I was away. I was away last week in New York for a few days, and then I got back the weekend, and then we had an expo. We had a prop expo actually in London on Saturday, and then I'm here for a little bit, and then gonna be going over to Miami, and then Naples, and then hooking up with the gang.
That's right, buddy. Couple weeks away. It's hard to believe that we're this close. You
I can't
guys are
wait.
going to be coming out here. It's going to be a total blast. Yesterday, I went and getting everything set up for everybody. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm super excited about it. We've got almost 30 of you guys coming here. It's going to be great.
It's gonna be good fun.
Let's talk about yeah, it's going to be fun. Let's talk about today a little bit, Kane. I mean, I bought some puts. It's been a while since I've actually said that. I actually think that the market is poised for a little bit of a mean reversion. I talked about my reasons. I know that usually if I'm getting bearish, I like to see what you think because a lot of times we're bearish in similar times. What are you looking at? What are you seeing in the market right now?
Yeah, look, to be honest, mate, I've been bearish for like a month and it hasn't really worked out for me. So I've kind of just gone back to, I've kind of been back to being a bit more neutral, to be honest with you. I mean, look, this rotation lower it looks great, but it just got brought straight back up. So it doesn't look that great. Overall, for me, we put in that kind of indecision week last week. We took out previous week high. I'm talking last week, right? So we took out that 886 level, expand a little bit, pull back inside, finish the week bearish. So for me, as long as that high remains, for me, that's a pretty good high. And I don't think a lot of people like that high. And that makes me like the high. So ultimately, the main target for me is even if we just had some sort of correction back down to even the previous week low, that's enough. That's enough squeeze of the juice for me. I mean, that's a good 300 points lower from here. I don't want to be bullish this week. If we are going to be bearish at all, it's going to be today. I play 4-hour highs. We got a 4-hour high yesterday at 2. The rest of the week, it's like they kind of just wanted to sell it off slowly. This slow, painful move happened at the close, more or less, and then they sold it off during Asia. London bought it back, and I think that New York are just going to take over and sell it down. That's kind of my thesis today, but fuck, I've been wrong for like a month. So with that thesis. So I'm not married to it. I am currently short. I'm short. I have some puts as well. So yeah, overall, I would like to see some rotation lower, even if it's just into previous week low. If we were to pull out of here, I would just let go of my bearish thesis and just target the high. But that's just through, training the last couple of weeks. I've had that bias and they've just been run over. And the longs I've taken have been pain-free, very like no drawdown, run straight to TP, continues a lot more, can hold some runners if you want, extend some TP. So I think it pays to be long in this market right now. And, I've been hit with a stick a few too many times the past week. So trying not to get out of line.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's just you can't be aggressive with it. Stowe, I want to go to you. Not often I have you here in the morning. I'd love to see what you're looking at pre-market, heading into the day.
Yeah, sure. So today's pretty fun because it is the first of the month. It's the first of the month. And what I do the first of the month is I mark where the previous month's VWAP bands closed. And +1 closed at 1450. And I don't know. I'm a little torn. This is the initial rotation that I wanted to catch. And, like Kane usually does, he gets all of it for himself. So I don't know. Above 1450, I'm stoked to continue to buy higher. Below 1450, I'm looking for, some retracement back into the bottom of the range. So 6630s, but I don't know. It's this LVN between 85 and 75 obviously was impossible to get through for Asia. So I don't know. We'll see if New York can pull it off. But yeah, that's it. Kind of what it was almost exactly what Farm said.
Yeah. And not a surprise, I mean, kind of similar styles. Yeah. I mean,
Yep.
No, it's great to see how simple you keep it, and you keep it simple throughout all the morning sessions, all the afternoon sessions. I'm super stoked to see you here with Kane today. But Kane, don't pollute my guy Stowe. Don't pollute Stowe, please. I mean, it gets, look at. He's married. I know we got we got all of the people coming. Our audience, the women spike on Kane's. Just so you know, chat's a little different here. Watch your DMs still. Lock them up. Don't just lock them up.
Don't worry, I got this. I got this. I got it under control.
All right, thank you.
Wednesdays are my thing. Don't worry, I got this. I got a good firm grip on chat on Wednesdays. Don't worry, they won't get out of line.
Well, it was fun. I got to
I
got to trade with Tanya on Monday, and I was like, "Oh, what's Tanya's chat like?" I know the Kane's chat gets a little spiced up. And Tanya was like, "Well, yeah, Kane's a pretty spicy guy. I'm more chill, so my chat's more chill." So, shots fired, Kane. Also,
yeah. Well, some of us have got to be fun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, listen, you guys are the best, man. I'm so excited to see you guys all together when we come in, but I'm excited to see you guys here this morning. Everybody show my boys some love. Hit that like and subscribe. Remember, we're near 150K. We're going to be doing a bunch of giveaways on the program. I appreciate all of you in chat. Phenomenal morning here on NinjaTrader Live. Set your reminder so you never miss an episode. Guys, I hand it over to you. Have a great day.
See you
all right,
soon,
thanks,
Daddy.
brother.
Ciao.
Mr. Kane, good morning, my friend.
Mr. Stowe. You ready to buy the market?
Maybe. I don't know. I got personally, I have had my teeth kicked in about 2 days in a row. Monday, I got away with getting beat up without losing money, but yesterday I certainly lost some money. So,
Yeah.
it's October. Market likes to do this to me when new quarters start. They like to, make me rethink some stuff. So I'm going to take it a little chill this morning. All I wanted yesterday was just this flush to the 66.75, but looks like my thunder's stolen again. Happens often.
Yeah, you know what? I actually love it when Asia has a big dump because it keeps me out of London, and London can be slow sometimes. Although you love it, I don't like that sometimes.
Well, I don't know if I love it. I've never got to trade it because I'm very asleep for this.
Yeah. But like, I know you would love it because like you don't mind a market that moves as long as we're not range bound, right? And typically London doesn't like to range too much, especially when Asia ranges. So I think you would love it, but it's just slow, bro. Like it's like if you look at today on ES, like at the lows, like no new low, no new high, but it just goes slowly up. Do you know what I mean? Like just making those gradual lows higher and then it explodes. That's a U trade all over. I know that. So yeah. So I think you would love it. But for me, I have two scenarios now. If we revisit that area that you pointed out, that LVN, etc., I don't think the current price will like it down there. So I think they will just, if they sell it to there, they're going to sell it through. So that's the way I feel about it. When we get there, it's probably a different story. But ultimately, I'm just looking to play back down to that low because I don't like the low and I like the high. So, but as we always say is that, if we continually play to these poor lows, we just get burnt. So I'm short 5 right now. I would potentially add if we got back up here in the next couple of minutes, but I want to be risk off of this into the open because if the open just decides to send it against me, I'll get straight out of it. I won't stand in front of the train. But I think the train could be going south today. That's my gut feel. So they could just send it straight off the open like they did yesterday.
Yesterday was so nasty and weird too. That rant, but they finally gave me something to buy at the end of the day, so I guess I can't complain too hard. That was nice.
Yeah, that late day liquidation was nice, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, I will buy this London OR when we get down there. I will definitely.
It's in the 3 o'clock, that 3 o'clock hour.
Yeah, like the 6680s somewhere down there. Maybe flush it. I'll buy that. But I have the same feeling that you have. Like, I don't know. I don't like an LVN that's been touched 3 times now. So, yep, same vibes. And then if we get past it, then I'm on the gas with you towards the other side.
Yeah, to me, all I really want to do is play to it, because I don't really care if we get through it or not. If we get through it, it's kind of invalidation. If we come out of it, then I'm just going to play back to the other side, right?
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know, bro. I just don't trust that. I would never trust that for a third time. I just couldn't do it. It's just not in my nature to trust that. Because, I've been the guy that buys the level 3-4 times and gets super confident that it comes back a fifth, and then I just get absolutely smoked. And then that's when the real move happens. So,
well, my great friend, mentor, and teacher, his name is AJ. You might know him. He taught me to buy that level every single time, because the time that you don't buy it because you think it's never going to work again, that's the time that it works the best.
1,000%. No, 1,000%. 1,000%. Like you buy it till it doesn't work, right? And then when it doesn't work, you sell it. That's it. Yeah.
I can't wait to truly tell the world how much ridiculousness AJ has taught me about buying the hell out of the market in all different awkward, like not convenient ways. Everything that I've figured out how to do is something that AJ has shown me at some point. Pretty funny.
Hey, there's 1,000,001 ways to skin the tiger in this game.
That's right. And we can say that because he's definitely not watching right now.
Yeah, he's definitely not watching.
So what's your chat like? Is it mean? Do they yell at you in here? What happens? I saw some guy was like trying to get your address the other day.
Yeah, they try and guess where I live, or they put my date of birth in the chat. They just get weird sometimes, don't we, chat?
That's cool. I like getting weird.
Yeah, I'm sure some of them would love some bread.
I mean, dude, it's like $70 to ship it to California. I can't imagine. Can I even get bread through the UK? Like, can I get it through customs?
Customs will take that off. Yeah, customs will take that off. Yeah, I met a couple of people from the chat actually on Friday and Saturday, because Traderify had a meet up on Friday, and a couple of people were there, and then on Saturday, and I actually met Chill Guy.
Oh, no way. Was he chill or not? Because he seems...
No, he wasn't chill.
I knew it.
He was chill. I lied. He was chill. Super chill guy. Name checks out. He was.
All right. Chill guys, chill.
See, look, this is if you look at RK right now, this is the definition. Focus on the market. Geez, enough simping. RK, this show is about me and Stowe today. Mm-hmm. We get to do what we want.
That's right.
Yeah, we get, they try and step out of line sometimes and tell me what to do. But yeah.
All right. Good shit.
Yeah, I think I've been having internet issues as well. So if I cut out for a little bit, it might be me. But it will come back. It's just, I guess, some packet loss. So apologies if that happens. But yeah.
Well, I decided to listen to Smashing Pumpkins instead of my country music this morning. Maybe that's what's going on.
Oh no, you broke the habitual market routine. What's going on?
I don't know. I was running like Spotify is just not great with variety, and I've really just dug a trench through like every sad boy country music that I like to listen to in the morning. So I was like, let's give that playlist a break. We'll go over to some 90s grunge. Plus, I've never done this show before. I needed a new vibe.
Oh, you've never done the morning show ever? You just do the mid
and
the evening. Oh, okay, fine. I was about to say. Well, we better look after you today. Hopefully the market just grinds up and you can keep us all entertained.
I've done it with PAX. That was cool. He swears a lot more than you'd think he would. I don't know if you know that about Pax, but just kind of likes to accidentally say the F word at the market.
Yeah.
You ever curse on here? Is this Unfiltered Wednesday too, or is that
Oh,
just for
bro,
PAX?
we curse all the fucking time. Don't worry. Yeah. Don't worry about that. We do curse. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, Shab's not in the chat yet. I think it's early enough. We might be.
Oh, no. Let me let you in on a little secret. Shab is always in the chat. Okay. Shab is always in the chat. So, see?
Ah!
Told you. Told you. That's
Summoned.
it. You jinxed it. Now we have to. Now we have to behave. Well done. Well done. No. Anyway, what we are going to do is who's on after us today, XY? So we do this
Yes.
thing on Wednesdays with Leo normally, right? I'll let you in on a little secret. We actually steal all of the likes in the morning. Yep, sorry, we actually do that. So
Okay.
if you feel like the like train when you come on is a bit slow, it's because we force the chat to like to stream. Yeah, we actually force them. Yeah,
I like that.
Chat, if we could just go ahead and like and subscribe. We are really close to 150,000 subscribers. So if you aren't subscribed, do subscribe. Not for me or for Stowe, but for the production team, like I always say, that put in a tremendous amount of effort
Yes.
into this stream. There is so many people on the back end, so much planning, etc. And it means the world to them more than it does us. We also appreciate it, so don't think we're ungrateful, but it means more to them. And if we could like the stream, because that really makes us feel good, and we won't get fired. Basically, that's yeah.
They really are the best. I asked them on stream to pull up a Thin Lizzy song, and Kevin had it in like 30 seconds 2 days ago. So yeah, they are the best in the biz, and they deserve your subscription. And we're all giving away stuff. I don't know what Kane's giving away. I know you said sunglasses, but I think that was a bit. Are you giving anything away for real?
I bought different sunglasses so I can give these ones away. Used.
Ooh.
I'm not even going to clean them. I'm just going to give them away like this. So
Okay.
yeah, no.
They told me I couldn't make bread and send it to me to somebody, but you can put used sunglasses in the mail, and that's not weird.
Okay, I'll clean them. Okay, I'll clean them. I'll clean them. Yeah. No, we're gonna have to give away a pair of sunglasses or glasses or something, because Leo seems to make a point about them every week. And yes, they are for vanity. I do not actually have really good vision, so anyone
that's
can
good.
have them. Yeah.
Oh, so you're LARPing like one of us that can't really see. I see how it is. Okay.
Yeah.
This makes sense.
Yeah, people go get eye surgery to see properly. I see properly and wear glasses. Make it make sense, you know?
That's cool.
Make it make sense.
I welcome you to the Glasses Club. If you want to be in with us, that's fine. We're a welcoming group.
Appreciate you. So Stowe, I don't actually know how you trade the open. Talk me through it. What's your plan for the day? Because I'm already in a trade.
I usually make I usually wait about 5 to 10 minutes and see what happens with the OR. If I take a trade in the first 30 minutes, it's just a base hit. I really wait until at least 10 a.m. Eastern time before I'm doing anything. Today, especially, I'm gonna wait. Not only because I've been wrong a lot this week, so that's just cognizant that that's probably going to happen again. But also, we've got like the 9:45 and the 10 a.m. news, which is, I always hate that. It's always dumb. If I wasn't chilling with you, I would probably just be sitting on the couch. So yeah, that's how I trade the open on days when there's news drops at 45 and 10. I just normally chill.
So you care about the PMI number at 45? You care about that?
Oh, I just wait until, I don't care what it is. I have no clue what it even could possibly be, but I'll just wait so I don't get wiggled out of a trade during that. I just don't like to get married to anything before that number comes in, just in case it moves and resets everybody. That's normally how I approach those. So I care when they happen. I just don't care what they are.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's more of the fact. It's more of the fact that we just have news back to back straight after the open. 15 minutes after the open, 15 minutes after that, we have another event. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. But I mean, I'll take a base hit in the first 5-10 minutes, though. If I can grab 5 points, start building something. Just depends on if there's a quick setup there. I have like five base hit setups off the open. like a quick opening drive, pull back to the RTH open, and then go. That's another one. I don't think we're going to get anything like that, though. I mean, we're opening. Asia and London had all the fun. We're opening right back where we opened yesterday at the moment.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I wouldn't. I mean, I'm in this short right now, but I'll be moving this to break even at the open, and if that taps me out and goes, I'll try and get back into it. But yeah, I'm a little bit scared of a big push, and I'm hopeful, and it is purely an emotion, not logical. I'm hopeful that we just send it from the open a lot lower.
I mean, I don't hate where your head's at. We can't get above this. I drew a blue line on my chart so I can remember that it's there. This is the previous month +1. So like this is the end of the monthly trend if we can't get back above this. So yeah, I don't hate it, dude. I think you can at least get a decent rotation out of that. I don't know if we go straight to 66.80, but I mean, where's the overnight high? That's at 33.25. Where the hell is it?
No, I wouldn't mind 6,700 on ES. That would be good for me. I would like that.
I bet you get that, dude.
Yeah, I'd like that a lot. And then I can reassess. Hopefully, play some sort of continuation, like pull back at 10 into the previous low, play it lower again, something like that. But yeah, I think this is a good spot for me to get short. I say me because I don't want anyone else to do what I do. So, but
don't do anything we're about to do. And don't worry, I'll be long and Kane will be short all day, so everybody can completely get chopped to death if you're trying to follow us. That's key.
So I have this rule with Leo that we don't hedge on this show. So,
so I have to be short today. Perfect.
Well, if you have more conviction in your long, I will cover. That's the rule. Yeah, I don't counter trade my homies.
You know what XY does? When I have more conviction in my long, he actually adds to his short.
Yeah, he
spots.
adds. Yeah, he actually buys your stop, right? Yeah, he waits for the stop and then he buys it, and then he waits for you to get long, and then he covers. Yeah, he's using you as liquidity.
No one has used their friends for liquidity more in the history of space and time than XYZ. I know this for a fact.
Well, someone's got to do it, you know.
Yeah, it makes a market. I'm happy. I'm happy for my friends.
Yeah, true. Oh,
Somebody asked me a question. Oh, I don't trade on a time frame. I use volume based candlesticks. So for ES, I use 3,000 volume, and then NQ is 750. Pull that up. Make sure I'm in a good spot there. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty interesting on ES up here, or on NQ. I mean, this passive seller at 800. I mean, they were pretty relentless all day yesterday too. And pre-market, they're just like still absorbing the piss out of this. So that's what gives me that confidence for you. So
yeah, I'm gonna just go break even now. And look, my break even rule is just 2 ticks. I just want to cover some fees, and if I get slipped due to whatever, then screw it. But overall, I would just like 727 on NQ, and that would be. I would like that. The thing is, what I'd really, 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 really don't like is that we are pushing this close to the open lower. That normally means we pop the other way and then go, and that's gonna grab me potentially. So we'll see. My hands are off. The trade is in. If we trade 790, 75, I'm out break even for a tick or 0. Because I just don't want to get into bad trades. So
that's fair. That makes sense, dude.
Oh yeah, by the way, Khan's a hater. This guy Khan, he's in here every Wednesday. He's just Khan.
Dude, I know Khan. He's my bud.
He's hating on me every day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Every he's Wednesday. Not. I've sent a couple of trolls that I pay money to be in here and troll you, but he's not one of them. He must be.
He enjoys it. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. fair. He's doing it off his own back. Yeah. He even said I'm a Kane hater.
He's a Kane hater. Okay, Khan. That's weird. I think no. So Khan started out a while ago as a Stowe hater, and then I turned him around from just being nice, and then so he came around, but then he couldn't hate on me because we became buds, so he stopped coming to my shows. So he must be over here. He must just need. He must need to troll. It's a vibe that some people just have to have, you know.
Nah, he jokes around to me a lot. I was kidding. So, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. Sometimes
Chill
the
guy, I
chat
know what
goes over.
bell end means. I don't know if we can say that on this show. I had to look it up the other day.
Whoa, Stowe, we swear, but we don't say that.
All right, see?
That was, come on. Oh,
Too hot. Too hot.
okay. This, where are the sellers? Hello, sellers.
Hello?
No, they seem to be winning the battle so far. I spoke too soon. It's going to set the tone for the day, I feel.
This freaking this 0608 guy sucks. I've been so tired of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been grinding my gears. ES has been, well, everything's kind of been grinding my gears the last the last couple days. So it's just I know I'm frustrated with the market. That's the other reason that I'm taking it easy today.
Okay, I'm a trail. I don't want to see this buy back through the open. So I'm a trail because if it gets back through there, this whole thing is invalid for me. And I just want to see this sell through. So just sticking to the plan because buyers could just buy this share and kick me in the ass all the way back. So I will take the money off the table if we come back up here at 770s. And we got me. That's okay though. I'm cool with that. You see?
Turbo bid.
Yeah, exactly. And then I would have been out break even right here. Well, that would have been horrible.
Nice trail. All right, watching this. Wow, straight through him.
This is cool. I now want to sell it even more.
Now this is some emotional business right now.
Yeah, they really bought the absolute balls off that.
Yeah. Yeah, the 06 to 08 used to be an LVN. Several, like last week it was a really good point of interest. But then they just have been, yeah, now I'm just looking at like there's also this 720 to 725 spot too. So I'm going to need to see if we could, I'm going to move my chat so I can see the DOM. There we go.
Yeah, so for me, I would still look for shorts basically from now into like 10 to 10. And then if we get up there and we're still buying it, or if it's still being bought up around there, then I would let it go and wait for the turn at 10.
There was a big buyer at 752 and he just got really rewarded.
On NQ, right?
Yeah.
How many are we talking?
I'll do 2 digits for ES, 3 for NQ. So we can speak both languages together.
Okay. Deal. Wow, they really, really, really like it. Yeah.
First of the month. Party.
Yeah. Yeah, I also don't want to get out of line on the first day of the month because I don't know about you, but I know through my data, if I have a bad first couple of days of the month, the month just finishes red. I just can't. I get out of the hole, get back in, get out, get back in. So I just like to start the month slow. And if I'm on the side, we can just go 100 miles an hour.
That's cool. I like that. It's really important to know your data. I don't look at my stuff quite like that. But no, I do that week over week for sure. I try to pretend that each week, like the other week didn't exist. Otherwise, I will get stuck in, whoa, is this a streak? Like I've had a hot hand for a couple weeks, and now that I'm cooling off, it's starting. I can feel the vibe starting to get into my head a little bit. It's like, oh, yeah, is the streak over? Maybe you suck at this. Like all those little mental holdups that pop in. Yeah. Tricky.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because trading is definitely a morale thing as well. At least I find it is. You know, I'm just gonna take my hoodie off, Stowe, which means I'm not gonna be able to hear you for 30 seconds.
All right, while Kane's not listening to me for 30 seconds, yeah, Cooper, exactly. I'm still hot, right? I'm still good. Well, we blew through those dudes, so I'm now looking at 1450 somewhere in here. They might make me. Yeah, James, it is cooling off. So good opening drive, but we'll see. We'll see if it has continuation. We still have those. We still got all that news, so we got time. Another beautiful thing AJ taught me. We got all day to buy this thing.
Yeah, look, everyone's in a rush, right? And that's not just like a daily thing as well. Like, I think people really forget that you could just do this forever if you do it right.
Right.
And everyone wants to make $1 million today, not $1 million in their trading lifetime, right? Because even then, that's a fuck ton of money. So, yeah. All day to buy it. I've got all day to sell it, so.
That's right. You sure do.
So back at yesterday's open. Yes, they opened it at the open from yesterday.
Yep. Like literally the same price.
Yeah, and the opening range is
insane.
practically the same price.
Yep.
It's 1 tick difference at the low and 1 point difference at the high.
Yeah, it's the freaking worst.
Yeah. That's awful.
Yeah, NQ needs to push that a little bit more.
850s is nice on NQ right now.
Good about this.
There you go. You got long. It took us
Just
6
taking
minutes.
Quick scalp. Quick little scalpy guy up here.
We had unders overs on the first trade.
Oh, yeah. Did we? 6 minutes, baby.
We didn't. But we should have.
I might scratch out of it, though. We'll see. It's kind of stalling up here.
I think NQ pushes to 850s here. I would hate it if it didn't actually. Do you give any significance to either one of the indices?
No. I don't. I'm just head on a swivel when they're doing separate things, and when they're not being friends. But when they are friends, it makes me very happy. And right now, they're doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
But no, I don't give any significance either way. Some days, I've kind of switched over to ES because it's been the cleaner one. But then, as soon as I did that, NQ decided to do fun stuff. So.
You're the top signal for things you should and shouldn't do, right?
I know. Yes.
Yeah.
It's important. It's important to have that. It's important to be a contra.
If you don't have one of those friends, chat, find one of those friends.
You need a contra. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. Yeah, no, I agree. When Stowe says, "Oh, I'm probably done selling it," it's time to sell. No, I'm kidding. You've been killing it up, and I will forgive you for the last 2 days because I trust your what you say. But you've been killing it recently. It's been good to watch.
Oh, thanks, homie. Yeah, I. No, it's good. It's good to know you're like one of the best. Like my alpha as a trader is I'm extremely self-aware, and that means, when my feelings start to get involved, that is a contra signal.
Oh, bro, listen, everyone in the world, right? If they said they don't have emotions when they trade, I would just say you're a liar because we are human beings, and even if our trade's going really well, we get emotional about the money, and if it goes really bad, we get emotional about the money. So,
yep, that's right. It's like that kid playing blackjack, man. He was getting emotional. He wanted to get going. What's a good British slang for getting into a fight that like I might not know? Like what's a good
I don't know, like having a scrap.
Having a scrap? That's okay. I think that's not specifically British enough, though. I need
No,
something better. Ooh, look at this guy.
I don't know, chat. A fisty, a scrap. I would say scrap. A scrum. No, I played rugby too much. Fisticuffs. Yeah, but no one actually says that, right? Like everyone's just like, everyone says that when they talk about it.
Okay.
A tear up. A tear up. Everyone says a tear up.
Nice. There we go. That's what I need. Okay.
Fisticuffs. Getting Larry. All right. Why are you getting Larry for? Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
That's not really getting in a
Oh,
fight.
Larry
like-
spelled Lairy. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how they spell it. All right. English is my first language, but spelling, oof, it's not my strong suit.
Man,
Leave
ES
that
much,
down.
much stronger than NQ right here.
Yeah. I mean, it stalled for that split second when NQ made the push, and then ES buyers were like, "Thank you," and just took it. It was nice.
Yeah, quite the divergence now.
Yeah.
This must mean the Dow is happy. Um,
Who
so
looks
I'm
at the
in.
Dow? No one. No one looks at the Dow, though.
We did. My buddy T Trades looks at the Dow.
Yeah. No. Trust me. No. In Peckham, we say rocket out. Yeah. That doesn't have a. Has a different meaning where I live, mate.
Yeah, we're getting. Yeah, so this is NQ's losing this push, losing this upper band. ES still full in its upper band. So today ES is more my friend. I guess I do pay attention to whichever index is the bullish one, so I can buy that one. So
We can
maybe I
buy that
lied.
one. Yeah, but like for example, I favor ES, right? Just in most situations. Like ES took out that high that I want on NQ. NQ failing shows me NQ weakness, ES strength. I
Yeah.
want to sell NQ. I always trade NQ, but like typically what I would do is I'll always wait for NQ to make a turn before, right?
Okay.
If ES is showing weakness and NQ sells higher, I just have like different targets in mind. But if ES trades into my overall target and NQ's just like bit away, I'll normally just cover with the ES target.
Okay. I like that. That's cool. I think I probably do something similar. Like if one of them hasn't run their overnight high, that gives me like a target for when that one runs its overnight high. That's when I'll get out of ES. If NQ hasn't run theirs yet, something like that.
Yeah, but for me, like if ES runs the overnight high, I don't care about it on NQ anymore. Like I
Okay.
could not care. Where if NQ is, if my target's the overnight high on NQ and ES is still a million miles away, I might take some off of the overnight high or trail aggressively, giving ES room to catch up and push through the overnight high and then play like some deviation on NQ.
Oh, okay. I might get in with these dudes. What time is it? 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That's why I hate it.
I think this 9:45 news though is nothing. I don't know.
You never know. I've been hurt before.
What are all of the financial things say? What does financial juice say? That's normally the most accurate.
Final manufacturing PMI.
Yeah, they have it.
So is this a reversion?
No, they have it down as red. So I would avoid it. If they have it down as red, I'd just typically avoid them.
Well, I got slipped like $2,000 on an orange folder one time, so I'm done.
What was the orange folder though?
What was it? Well, I would love to tell you. It was Chicago. I think it was Chicago. Yeah, it was some city's manufacturing PMI. It was either Chicago or Michigan. It was Michigan consumer sentiment. That's what it was.
Oh, the U of M. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for nothing, U of M.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That one, I think it's just hit or miss. Yeah, there's 2 PMIs today though. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
U of M was orange that day, Tex. Or
it was
colorblind.
No, it's definitely orange. They don't red folder it. Yeah. One thing that I really don't understand why it's an orange folder and they've never changed it is the bonds.
Yeah.
Like 1 minute past one on bond day, you're in a trade, all of a sudden it just teleports. It's like, huh, what happened? Did we have news at one? And it's like, oh, we had bond sales. What was this? So
Yeah.
I always look out for them.
This Darian guy says, I've heard of Stowe, but I swore he was some senior citizen. Yeah.
Ignore Darian. He works for me. Ignore that guy.
I do come off as an old guy sometimes. It's okay. I've got the social media personality of a senior citizen. Thanks, Darian. Thank you. All right, here you go. 9:45. What you got? Nothing?
Nothing. Oh no, they just bought a little bit on NQ. Azad, I would say this, right? The intraday trading drawdown is meant to be difficult, because of the 20 accounts you can trade with Apex. So I would say make sure that you are paying yourself every single time you're in a trade. If that trade's up a little bit and you don't want to see that come back, that drawdown would affect you. Take it off, go to the next trade. You can always get back in. You can't recoup that drawdown for whatever reason. You know, it's always better to end on a high and then get into a trade and take full drawdown and give it room to go than watch it come all the way back and then be back in drawdown, have the bias, etc. So shorten your targets.
Nice little pullback there.
So tell me.
Yes.
We haven't spoke about this a bunch on this show, but do you trade much prop?
Oh yeah. Sometimes. So like I'm trading prop right now, for example. I use it as a way to stay in the game with some skin-ish in the game, while at the same time, you know, protecting my actual capital. So if I'm feeling underconfident or if I'm feeling like you know, my trading could be a little better, I'm not seeing the market super great, then I'll fire up a prop that is either a direct to funded or one that's already given some payouts, and I just use that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Like yesterday, I hit I didn't quite hit it, but I got close enough to DLL that I was like, bro, you gotta stop. So so I quit, and then I wanted to switch because I was looking at a different day type than I'd seen in a long time. So I did want to experiment and trade it. So I took a ton of trades doing it too, but you know, I like getting reps in. The way that I retain information and learn is the only real way I can pull it off is just doing it and making the mistake, getting through it. But yeah, I think prop's great. I mean, I've made every dime that I have to trade with, I made from trading prop firms.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I've made a lot of money trading prop. Think they're good. Think they get a bad rep, but hey, like I think it's the door for most retail traders today, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Well, I think there's just, I mean, I actually love this. I think that there is an awesome opportunity for a bridge between the old school style of thinking about what prop firms are and what proprietary trading is, and the new school, you know, the access that new traders have. You know, how do we talk about that in a constructive way? All that stuff. So I think it's a cool opportunity for, you know, a lot of my friends that are working on prop stuff, and then just us as, you know, because like we're kind of new school dudes, and I don't know, I get a lot from the old school dudes. I know they hate being called old school and unk, but you know.
Yeah, but whatever. It's just the new guard and the old guard. Everyone's going to disagree, you know? Like,
yeah.
Like Pax calls me kid. I'm 31, but to him, I'm a child, you know?
He
like,
calls me kid, I'm 40.
But you know what I mean? Like, that's just the way he looks at it. So, but like, yeah, I don't know. I think like obviously the brick and mortar, like house money prop.
Woo.
Yeah, what the heck? Someone really didn't like ES at 19.
Okay, here's that spot. Let's see.
I think the old school prop stuff is great. but like it's completely unattainable to most people, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think there's like a way in, give people a feel of what it could be like. It's probably not the same. Again, I've not traded at brick and mortar props, so it's really not the same. But hey, as long as people are able to make money and there's like a nice route of doing so, who are we to judge it, right? Of course, there's some things that go on, but I think all in all, it's probably the best thing that happened to the space right now.
Cag
You're
says we're
both,
both kids. Fair enough.
yeah,
Fair enough, Jim.
yeah. Gags. The real question is, did you like the stream? That's the real question, mate. Okay, that's the real question. Because if you didn't, we're gonna have words in Naples.
A new low on NQ.
Yeah, I like that. Might buy it.
Okay, NQ's at its weekly open right now.
He loved the stream.
Yeah,
My boy.
good.
Making sure I didn't have any bids left somewhere. Stop orders. I've done that too many times on prop. Ugh, that's the worst.
I'm watching this guy here. Passive seller or a lot of bid right here at 08 again. All right.
How we
What
get?
time? It's 9:50. Okay. It's very, very knifey. So I'm going to try to give this a second. Let me get back through this 10 guy.
Yeah, I will buy this if it retraces a little bit to 51. But I won't do it if we get news. If it gets too close to
Still
news.
sucks. I'll get partial in there.
Okay, I'm in. Yeah, it's 3 seconds.
I see him stepping in. I like it. I like it for you, Kane. I just need this seller to get out of the way. 53 guy trying to stay on it.
Yeah, I think he's about to get hurt.
Good. That's what I like. That's what I'm here for.
This is just some mean reversion potentially before news. That's all it is. It's not. I'm not trying to marry this into the event.
Yeah, I keep my eye on the clock. We got 8 minutes. ES really did not spend much time below its RTH open at that moment when that happened. But we are not getting out of this spot fast either.
How much selling went on down there? That's the real question.
Fair bit. And then they bid it back up quite a bit too at 08. So
yeah.
Get out of here, NQ. Come on, you got to cross if you want it.
I don't like this.
I don't like this either.
We're hanging around a bit too long, to be honest.
I scratched out of mine. I think I took a couple points there, but that's okay. It did not react quick enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, this is a trade where I want like I want to be paid instantly, or I don't want to, or I don't want to. Yeah, I'm gonna give it. Yeah, I'm gonna go break even here. That was a very nice reaction, and I don't want to see it come back now. 1725. Yeah, I'm a bit eager on that.
All right, I got back in by half size. Chickened out on mine. Let's see.
I'm a cover. I covered because that got me back to the value of the trade from earlier. So now it's like I closed the low earlier in my head.
Okay.
I'm able to blackmail myself like that. So
All right, I like that.
yeah. And also I'm trading. I don't know if you saw my tweet, but the guys over at Lucid let me keep my 150K test accounts I passed in the beta.
Really?
The homies, yeah. So they're up 4K right now, or AJ.
Do it. Take his money, baby. That's what's up. I love it.
Yeah. So we won't get too aggressive on the week.
We are fighting with this 1450 spot now, and we have locked out a ton of volume up there.
Yeah. It's making the right moves. It's just slow, and sellers are really trying to win the war here.
I'm gonna wait my 5 minutes. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Like I'm not touching this before the turn now. If we make a new low at the turn though, I'm actually, well, that I'm lying. If we close below 69.50 at 10,
Just came back to.
I have a bearish bias, and if not, I want to see it make a new high, and then we sell it even more.
I'm fighting the urge to short this right here with this seller.
Okay, well, look, you can sell it in 4 minutes now.
Mm-hmm.
If you sell it now and you get taken out by news, you will kick yourself. So,
I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
But I want to.
Yeah. I
There
can
it
see
goes,
it.
there it
I
goes.
can
Nice.
see it and feel it as well. Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry, chat. I was locked in a bit, so Stowe. This what
Yeah,
we saying? Kane maths. Yeah, but like trading is an emotional game, right? So regardless of like taking 40Ps or not, you like when I take some of my trade off low and then I don't take it off and I trail to halfway and it comes back for me and then retakes out the low. I don't like that too much because I left all the money on the table and I didn't want to lose money and I ended up costing half of my money. So if I'm able to then get back into another trade and I'm up the total amount that I would have been up, I'm gonna take that money off because I was annoyed when I didn't take that off the first time. So for me, it's like, hey, we're annoyed at ourselves in the past. Well, hey, here you go. Don't be upset anymore. Get over it. And I can just blackmail myself like that.
I like it. That's smart. I mean, a lot of the whole game is mental gymnastics, pretty much, right? So, you just got to trick yourself into being able to perform in like kind of unpredictable situations.
Well, look, let me ask you, Stowe, and everyone else can also answer the same question, right? How many times have we been in drawdown and then it's come back to the entry and we're like, oh, I'm going to be annoyed if this hits my stop. And then it comes back to the entry. We no longer think about I'm going to be annoyed if we hit drawdown. We then start to think, oh, this is going to start to make money. Yeah, good. It's actually a good trade. I should trust it. But 10 seconds ago, we were like, oh, I'm going to be upset. This is a bad trade, blah, blah. Like at that point, when I find myself having those mental gymnastics that we call it, we go too close to drawdown and I come back. I'm going to just close it, reassess in 10. If I still like the trade and it's there, I'm going to take it.
Yes. I heard this a long time ago. Fear turns to greed at break even. Is the way to phrase that.
I'm guilty of it. You're guilty of it, right?
Absolutely.
Like, everyone's guilty of it. Like, and I'd be shocked if someone told me that, hey, I don't have that. I'd be like, well, fuck me. You're way better at this than I am.
Yeah, I'm sure. I've seen a lot of people on the internet that never lose. So
yeah, those guys are permanent losers. They might not lose in the market, but they are just losers. You know.
It's better to be cool and honest about your trade fills than lame and dishonest about whether you're winning or losing every day.
Hey, look, I don't know if you follow Umar on Twitter, Ashraf. Do you follow him?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, if you did follow him, you would know that he lost 1.4 million dollars last month.
Yikes. Okay.
I can tell you this guy doesn't give a shit about that though. Like he's just been in the game a long time, but he just showed the winner. It showed it. So
Much respect. That's what I mean. That's what the space is missing. Is like, I don't know. Even showing Delhi has got me on this thing too. It's like even showing P&L. I don't even know if that's helpful either way to new people. Really try to think about that stuff when I'm in social media world. Is like, is this going to really help a new trader? Like, what was the stuff that hurt me when I was in my first or second year and I was trying to figure out what to do, who to emulate, who to trust. All right, here's some wiggly stuff going on.
I'm gonna let this settle a little bit, but feel free to do your thing. I'm gonna talk, but I actually agree with you, right? And I've said this a few times. It's like my big winners probably don't help a whole bunch, right? Like in showing those, but also if I showed nothing, I would be a massive hypocrite because if I can't prove to people that I make money, then you should not consume my content because I could just create a large following from talking utter nonsense and absolutes in the market, which a lot of people do, right? We see that so much on Twitter, like you just said. There are people that just never lose, and hey, if I could learn from someone that never lost, I would pay them a large amount of money. Like I genuinely would. If you could prove to me that you never lost trading, you can have all of my money, teach me it, and we'll go to war together, right? The reality is that's just not real, and people should know that you can make money, but they should also be very aware that you lose money. And okay, you might not show your bad days as much as your winning days because, again, we're humans, right? And psychology, some of us like to be liked, some of us like to prove that we can do it, we can't do it, like whatever. I'm okay losing on stream, losing off stream, showing people my winners, showing people my losers. Some people just can't do either. But I think that it's really important to show people that you can make money in a healthy, sustainable way, staying in the game, not making $1 million and losing 2 behind the scenes. And, because those are the people that I really think everyone should consume content with, because there are lots of people in this space that make everyone else's job really hard, right? Like the people that are trying to do good, are trying to educate traders in a healthy way, either for free or paid. Like that's just how I feel about it. So it's a double-edged sword. It definitely doesn't contribute well at times, and it definitely attracts the newbies that are like, I just got 10 grand from my paycheck. Oh, I want to turn it into 100. And how do I do that? Oh, wow. I see this guy driving a McLaren. What does he do? Oh, he's a trader. Let me buy his $2,000 course. Great. Let me deposit 5. Now I'm down 7. Sweet. Let me take out 10 grand more. Let me buy 10 grand on props. Like suddenly you're in the whole 30 grand and this guy's actually used your 30 grand to do a bunch of stuff, So like, no, like there's definitely a good and a bad way. Anyway, ran over. Price has done nothing.
No, it's such a weird business because it's just so grift heavy. I can't think of another business that's like this, where you have to be that self-aware of, ways that you can be tricked by people that are trying to take your money. But now we have a 10:03 news construction spending. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that one's fake. They put that one in there for the lols. There's no way that's real. Yeah.
I'm trying to get below that node. Okay. All right. Well, we're in a position I don't love the fill. Not super stoked on it, but it is what it is. You got to take the good fills with the bad.
I actually don't hate it because we get above that high to the left, and I think we go back to the overall high.
Yeah, I'm ultimately targeting overnight high in general, but we'll get to this 21. Nice, there was a big bid there. I knew there was somebody sitting there at 19.
Did we not take the overnight high on ES?
No.
What's the overnight high?
Overnight high is 33 and a quarter.
Oh, you actually okay. So you target just the overall. Okay, yeah. So I ignore. Maybe this is where we differ. I ignore that 6 to midnight price. Like I just don't think I think it's fake completely. Actually.
Well, price traded there. It's not fake.
Yeah,
You
but
can't fake it.
how many actual contracts traded there? Like, what, a couple of hundred? Maybe.
I don't have a single clue. I was sleeping.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're just like London high is the overnight high.
No, Asia or London, whatever's put in after like, actually not even midnight, like 7. I just think that 6 to 7 hour, it's like completely fake.
Okay.
And then at 7, we can kind of like establish, and then we sell off like, because typically that Asia comes online like 7 to 8 for
Yeah.
me. Like I don't really know when they open because I don't live there and I don't know what that really goes on. So
No, that makes sense. And actually, I do agree that 6 to 7 time is mostly nonsense because like literally nothing's going on. It's just price is just wiggling. I'm gonna take one off there.
Yeah, good shit, bro. That was a nice entry. I like that.
Thanks. I'm trying. They didn't make it. Yeah, this is normally what happens when I make some sort of line on my chart pre-market. The white van knows that I made it.
Yeah, they peeked in. They VPN'd in. You're a CIA agent. That was like, okay, this is where the line is today. He let all the market makers know, and they bought it. Yeah.
So just trying to get to 20, 22. Con wants 100 points on what? NQ?
Definitely not a yes.
I hope it's NQ, brother.
That's 100 points on RTY.
That's cool. No, good call. Let's get to 6,800 today, Con. I love it. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, that was funny.
Hey, Flight here. What's up, brother? How are you? I like Flight here. He's a very good trader also, Kane.
Which one?
Flight here.
Oh, Fly It here. Yeah, that guy's good. Dave trades, not so good. Yeah, not so good, that guy.
It's fake, Dave. Just admit it. We have the microphone. We're allowed to say what's fake and what's real. That's the rules.
Don't get me started. Honestly, we'll be here a while. Just don't.
I like this. I like coming on other people's streams. This is fun. I hope I don't know if Tanya had a good time. She was probably like, that guy's annoying. He laughs way too much.
Stowe, I love you, bro. I love you.
Oh, I love you too. I know you don't. You don't mind me because we hung hard in Chicago. We have a good time. I know that. We got to figure out our meetup for the year. We got to get how far is it? Like, is it annoying for you to get to Vegas? Should we try to keep you on the East Coast if we're gonna hang as buds this year?
Well, I'm gonna be in the East Coast 10th to 22nd, and then obviously we have the Naples meetup in the middle. And other than that, I'm just hanging out in Miami the rest of the time.
Oh.
And then but I'm basically here I'm there for most of the month, and then November it's my birthday month, so I get to celebrate the whole month. It's about me.
Cool.
And then I probably am just going to take a bit of a vacay for 2 weeks in the middle, and then we go into winter season. We go into summer, into winter, like Christmas, etc. So Miami's probably going to be my last US trip for the year. Maybe come back at Christmas, like after Christmas. But yeah.
All right, back down. Let's take another one. Come on. You want it? Is this are we doing it? Are we doing the thing? Or are we just turning into another annoying balance day? You pick, yes. Which one do you want to do?
Duckheads, do I trade on the road? I do trade on the road, but like I won't trade unless I've done like the work in the morning. Like I want a price to trade here. I want to see this. I want to see that. And if I don't get that, then I just don't bother. But typically, I will always carry my laptop and my phone. And if I see something developing around the time I want to trade, typically 10, then I'll be like, okay, cool. I'm keen on getting into the market. Let me fire it up. But like if I miss it, I won't do it. But like for example, when I'm in Miami, I will, 9 a.m. I'll be at the chart already. Whatever. Dave, you're just being a dick now, bro. Just move on. You just. By the way, I wasn't joking. I genuinely think you're a scammer, and that's it. The end. There will no banner.
Cool. So Dave's fun. I met Dave. He's a good part of your chat. That's good.
Oh no, this guy has nothing to do with me. He just comes in to troll me. He got into an altercation on Twitter one time.
Okay.
And I called out some of the space, and he responded thinking I offended him. So what does that say about that?
Yeah. Doth has protest too much, I think, is the phrase for that.
Yeah, I mean,
Who knows? I'm just trying to belong this 14. Don't mind me.
Yeah, no.
I'm just trying to get 5 points, Dave. Relax. Kane, I started that Guinness show last night. That's pretty good.
Good show, by the way. Yeah, I binge watched the absolute balls of that.
I like the I like the mechanism of like the way they're able to interject and catch you up on the history and like who everybody is very quickly.
Yeah.
A lot of those like period pieces, it's like, okay, there's like 30 people I got to keep track of right now. Like, who the hell is all of this? And they did a fast job of, okay, this is what's up. This is Ireland. This is what's going on. This is the family. Here you go.
Yeah, no, it was a really good show, actually. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So, yeah, Dave, you see, this is the thing. You can't even do maths because it wasn't even 5; it was 20 points. You're just silly, bro. Like, don't even know why I'm arguing with you. You traded it on a fake account somewhere. I traded it with real money. That's where we're different.
Thank you, Dave. I will take care, though.
Appreciate that.
I always take care.
Yeah.
Can you push this 22, please? Stop messing around.
They're taking it back to the highs, though. They're just going to try and play with you in the middle.
Well, there's a big seller up here, and is this also the previous week value area high? So I don't know. I'm fighting. I'm being a D for a T right now. I'll take one off. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I feel good. This is setting up for all right. Opening drive high, pull down. That pullback was really nasty, very evil. But RTH open respected. We're well above the 30-second OR. We did get a 115-point rotation in already. I'd like to shout out Uncle Pax for your rotations. Even though he's not watching this stream, he's somewhere yelling into Discord right now.
So let's talk about this, right? Because like that small little wick below the open.
Yeah.
So for me, right, I saw that like that that 05 level was like that discounted level for me, like that logical liquidity target, 50%, whatever you want to call it. That's what the level is for me, right? However, I don't really care about how long we spend below here. That we took it. You are like, and obviously I'm looking on ES over on my other screen, but you're like, oh, we spent so little time below there that it's bullish for you, right? And also, you're able to see the fact that there was a lot of selling that went on there and it didn't go anywhere, and now they were buying it back. So for you, that was just like a trapped short perspective, and now all of these people were being forced to release their shorts up here. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Something. I mean, it's some sort of selling that was not happy, and they were like, "Oh shit, get me out of here." Kind of the opposite is happening right now. So this is why I pulled half of my position off right here. So this is the opposite, where this is a ton of selling. This is a ton of buying. This is market buying into a passive seller that is absorbing. So because this is not rejecting quickly, I'm encouraged to at least keep half of my position on, as opposed to moving this to break even, that sort of thing. So I like these buyers. They're excited right now. I like all buyers. I've never met a ask that I didn't want to slap, frankly. But that's just the opposite of one of Pax's things too. I'm just trying to steal as many of his as I can.
No, but it will make sense, right? Like I actually completely agree. Like I think we understand the same trade for different reasons for the same outcome.
So sick?
Yeah, it's amazing. That's what I just wanted to highlight, right? Because I understand the reasons you were looking for it, and I have completely different reasons for that, but the outcome is the same. So
Yep.
it's just, yeah. And someone will argue that it's because of the algo and all this other stuff, right? Like it's because this is just how we decipher the market. No one knows, right?
Yeah, I think what it is everybody needs their own. I mean, this might just be a conclusion that I've come to because I know that I'm weird, but I think that everybody needs their own mechanism for not just like perception but also learning in general. So, it's all about just finding the lens to view the market through that makes the most sense for you. And I really think that's it because the market's a pretty simple thing. We all have the exact same information. There's no secret sauce. There's no like turtle soup or whatever. I don't know. Maybe there is a turtle soup in it, but like turtle soup is called something else. Actually, I think this thing was turtle soup down here, this '06 run, right? I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, sure, whatever. But like, we could call it what we want to call it. The reality is that they sent it below the open. Prices, a lot of buyers are under a lot of pressure. They probably flipped short here. You can talk about all of the different things, right? But like,
Yeah.
ultimately, someone somewhere is going to dress it up to be what it is and sell you it and repackage it and move on and do whatever. The reality is the market moves the way it moves, and there's a lot of people out there that can help you decipher that in a way that makes sense to that person. Does that resonate with you? Me and Leo always have the conversation. Like, I understand the things he looks for in the market now, and it makes sense to me the way he does that. However,
Oh yeah.
I resonate with the way that I see it because it's made me a lot of money, and I don't need to go into level two data. Although I am curious about it, and there are times that I'm trading, I'm like, hey, are there a lot of buys up here? Yes or no? Cool. I'm gonna leave it alone. Are they going to run this through this area? Cool. I'm going to leave it alone. I can't see that from looking at a candle. I can, a lot of people can see that. You, Leo, XY, can see that by saying, yeah, they're just refreshing the bid up here. Like, it's just they're not willing to sell it all the way up here. So,
Yep.
look, I'm not trying to sell anything to anyone. I'm just saying there are a million and one ways to skin this, and I just want to put emphasis on that because we take similar trades, all of us, for different reasons for the same outcome, and it's just what resonates with you.
Yeah, man. That's what makes this so fun too. I also love that we all often take opposite trades and we both make money all the time. That's my other favorite thing about the show. That happens with all my friends for sure. Um, like we are all between like the five of us, we are always making a market together in the way different ways that we view the market.
Mm.
So I think that's when like risk management really becomes a big primary factor. Trying to see if this 23 guy they're trying to talk me out of this continuation here, Mr. 22.
You see,
We'll
this
see.
is where like I don't resonate with it, right? I'm like, I don't really want to know who's selling and buying up here because all I care about is that the buyers are winning, and I'm gonna know that in a minute or not. Because if the sellers start to take control, fuck, they're coming back for me. You know, that's
Yep.
like the thing for me. Because if I had too much information in situations like this, I could talk myself into or out of a good trade
Yep.
or a bad trade, right?
Well, this all right. So this is my workaround for that. So I got flat here because I see this. This is the +1 standard deviation. This is my side. This is my other side of balance. So I know if it's going to push through this, it's going to come back and give me an opportunity to buy this back again. And now
Correct.
that
Yeah.
does mean I have to buy it higher than I sold it. So I have to be comfortable with that thought. And a lot of people don't like that idea. They don't want to buy higher because it's a better opportunity higher than it is lower. But that's how I manage that emotion is I'm just like, whatever,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll lock this up now. And then I'll let these people figure out what they want to do here. And then I'll get back in if I need to get back in.
Yeah. Exactly. And I think I know a lot of people that on the surface of things have systems that just shouldn't make sense, right? Like buying it high and selling it higher, buying breakouts, doing all these things. But if you have like method to the madness and can decipher the thing, then who am I to tell you that it doesn't work? If you make money with it, then I'm just an idiot if I say it doesn't work because I'm married to some ideology that this is the way the market moves, like it's just silly. So
Yep.
Fly Eye there got his TP. Grats, brother. Great
Nice,
trade.
brother.
Yeah, it was a great trade.
The thing that a lot of people don't think about too, I think, is that like it doesn't matter. Like you don't have to technically prove this to anybody. You just have to pay your bills. So-
Hey, you know what people say to me? Like, you can't do the things with Monopoly money, Kane. Well, hey, let me keep spending my Monopoly money in real life because wherever I can spend it in a lot of places. So, let me do that.
yes, they do take it places. I too have used my Monopoly money.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
It's quite weird.
It's nuts. I'm like, wow, this bug just keeps printing. It's crazy. I'm not reporting this one. So yeah.
They are bringing back the Monopoly game for McDonald's. I'm very excited for that. Are you familiar with this?
Oh, bro, they never got rid of that in the UK. So like
Serious?
so that's been a thing for like the UK people in the chat can vouch. But yeah, that's been a thing. Like, I think they I don't know how often they do or don't do it. I'm not a massive
Yeah.
McDonald's eater, but I always see the signs like Monopoly's back. Like they always do like the Monopoly man on the thing. But yeah,
That's
I
so
heard
sick.
they took it away in the US and now they're bringing it back. That's kind of cool.
They did. There's a really good documentary if you want to check it out and you haven't yet. It's all about how like a decade or so ago, maybe probably longer, there was a giant conspiracy to rig the Monopoly game for a bunch of people in Florida, and they all had like a crime ring built around rigging the Monopoly game. Man, what was it? I think it was on HBO. You would like it though. You should check it out.
Paul just told me someone made $25 million doing it. God,
Yeah,
made
it was
25
it
mil
was
off that.
crazy. Yeah, PM21. Yes, exactly. Yep, exactly. Really good documentary about that. I'm pretty sure it was on HBO.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna add that to the list.
Oh, sorry, the chat's asking some questions. Your chat moves so fast. How many people are in here?
We have 1,457 people.
Holy
which
Moses.
which reminds me, Stowe, we only
Yeah.
have 486 likes. What on
right.
earth? That's
right.
crazy.
Those are rookie numbers, baby.
Yeah, we have to get them numbers up, or we're just not gonna do anything, Stowe. We also strike here. I don't know if Leah told you. We go on strike sometimes.
I'm down. I'm a socialist. I love a strike. Don't worry.
Yeah, we go on strikes. Yeah, we go on strikes. So yeah,
Are we doing general strike or just a local strike? Just you and me. Does everybody have to strike?
Like, we speak to each other, but we ignore the chat until they give us what we want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jacob, the colors on the candles are all they're about delta dominance of that individual candle. And so I use 3,000 volume candles. And so hot red, this is going to be a lot of sell dominance. And then hot blue, this is going to be a lot of bid dominance in that. And then the more flat colors is the more neutral that candle is.
Stowe, you're not a very good socialist. We said we were going to go on strike, and you immediately spoke to the chat.
I know. I'm kind of
that was
a
better
short socialist
strike
when I was younger.
Yeah, that was a very short strike. Yeah. Anyway, we did get a lot of likes, so I'll forgive you. Yeah, we did.
Nice trade, Con. Good to see you again, dude.
He got his 100 points. Grats, Khan. I was a pussy.
First time I've seen a socialist trade futures. I mean, you can do whatever you want in this world, baby. That's the beautiful thing.
The chat is the people. Yeah, we've had a good one today. Maybe we have to bring Stowe back more often, chat. Maybe we have
I'm around.
We have to sub it. We have to sub in Leo and a bit more often. Are we getting short? I would like to short up here. Yeah, that's just the truth. I would.
NQ ran its overnight high. ES is not. And by overnight high, I mean that fake time that Kane does not recognize as existing in reality.
Yeah. Facts.
You got a lot of good sayings that I've used a lot, Kane, by the way. I wanted to tell you that.
Sucks to suck is the best one, though.
I have taken sucks to suck, and I have used it way too much in my own personal life.
Yeah.
To the point that my kid has said sucks to suck.
That's amazing. That's the best. That's so good.
So you made it all the way down the chain with that one, dude. That was a good one.
Yeah. Wow. I actually use it on myself the most, right? I'll do something wrong and I'm like, well, sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck. Yeah, same. Oh, have you tried not sucking? Yeah, it sucks to suck.
Whoops.
Oh, thanks. Hey, we got fans in here. This is nice. Somebody says you guys are the best.
Wait till they switch up on us, though. They switch up. Kidding, they don't. I will sell these 65s if we get a closure here, chat.
I don't hate that either.
Mm.
Where's my big chart? Let me get that big guy out and see where we're at.
I would really, I don't like it when it does this, though. Like it just slowly wilters off. I wouldn't mind this, and then that, and then full break. I don't know. I'll still sell the 65s, because who am I to argue with it?
Damn, I'm gonna buy that. I'm probably gonna buy that 21 spot. We get back down to it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, 21. I'll be break even. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, 18. Yeah, maybe like not somewhere in there. 18, 19. I try to zoom out when I can to the big guy, just to give some perspective. And yeah, I like that.
So where's the value area high and low, Stowe? That's what I want to know.
Right now?
Yeah, on NQ. That's one thing I've been looking at a lot more recently.
Well, the value area high of RTH is like right here. So like they keep making it. That thing is not like if you're looking at like a weekly. So I use a rolling 6-day volume profile, and I have that like set up next to my RTH one, and the value area high of that on the volume profile is 892. So we're coming up to it right now. It's basically like, let me see if my NQ chart was working. This thing has been in and out. Yeah, here we go. So this is the big volume profile that I like to look at. And yeah, 893, 892, this is value area high of the profile that we're in. And then previous week value area high also is right here at 871. So when those things are close to each other, that's like we're at the top of balance. You know, we're gonna need some juice.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to provide the juice.
Let's go.
The other way. We're not buying it.
Wrong juice, Kane.
Wrong juice. We got him. Show us, Kane. We're looking at Stowe's chart. I'll tell you when I'm getting into a trade and production can show you. Until then, it's kind of boring.
Stowe, do I use the volume bubbles or just the tape? What do you mean the volume bubbles?
They think they mean the thing. You know the thing.
No, I don't really know.
Heat map. Is it heat map? They call it?
Oh no, I don't use a heat map. No.
So what's the one where like they have all the big fucking bubbles on?
Book map. Well, that's basically just a heat map. Yeah.
Yeah, book map.
You can make that thing on other platforms.
Yeah.
It's just called a heat map, but they have made it fancy.
What made me take the first trade? The first trade was actually short off of that 4-hour high. So I was just looking to trade back down. And then I got short. And then into basically the open, I was short from the high. And then, like here, I was short off of this 3-minute off of here. Basically this pop, reclaim, I don't want to see it straight back above. So shorted here. And basically just trailed out of this when we had this. And then for me, I don't want to fight this because I wanted to long off of this low because it was discount. It's 50%.
Yep.
And we got down there really fast. And then we just stopped on a dime at the low of the open. And they bought it straight back up. And then they basically bought it off of that low. And they've just been buying it since. So yeah, that was it. Already, not too exciting.
Callie P Sauce says, "I love reading people's names. That might be my favorite part of this whole gig. When we're in the top band like that, if you're in a long, you wait to break the one deviation to maybe close your trade. Yes. So this is here. I'll share. This is a setup. This whole thing is a Stowe setup. The whole day. If you want to see it, news be damned. So opening drive, You see how we're chilling inside? Am I got the whole? Am I the whole screen? Okay, cool.
They'll give you it.
All right. No, I think they did. They don't care about your screen for some reason today, Kane.
I know. That's welcome to my life.
Well, mine's dark mode. Leo made mine nice and pretty with all the colors, so they like it. But no, the setup is all right. So opening drive higher, and then you see I even took a cheeky little long right here, just to grab a couple points. But like I said, first 15 minutes, I'm always just taking base hits. This opening drive often retraces down here to the -1. Now, this was very violent, and because this delta map indicator that colors these channels, this kept me out of this trade because I don't buy this thing when this is this color red. This means like this is selling, this sucks. But it did reclaim the -1 and balance, and that's when I started to get into this. It wasn't super clean. I had to take a stop on half, and then I had to re-add it here. But the idea of this setup is opening drive, retrace to the other side of balance, and then reclaim, and then it will retrace to the other side. So that's what all of this execution was in the middle, was just to get to this other side of balance. Now we're in balance, and we're in market in motion higher. So now I'm looking to press up here in this band or at key spots in the volume profile, like this 724 node, stuff like that. So, but this is a setup. You can go back and look through a bunch of days and figure out how to execute this for yourself. You just need pattern recognition and some time. And the ability to press the green button, which is the easiest button, in my opinion, to press.
Oh, we are a red button only stream. What's going on? They bought in the enemy today. No, I'm kidding. As long as you make money, I'm good.
No, Sir Topham hat. I do. It would be cool. We're working on a DOM. Trust me, we are going to have a cool DOM for everybody, and it's going to be something that we can do lessons on, and it will be on NinjaTrader. It's a priority. I promise. Let's see. So the 724 LVN is a point of interest for continuation. If you mean 6724, yeah. So this is the current value area high of ES over here, and so I'm going to look at a lot of stuff, and keep in mind I need to see reaction from participants before I'm getting into anything at any of these levels. This is just MGI. It's not rocket science, but an LVN is a place where people didn't want to do any business, and price moved through quickly. So we moved through it quickly. We're going to come down here. We're going to check out this buyer here, who is on sides, and see if we get continuation off +1, this LVN. Yeah, we'll just see if somebody steps back in here around these prices. And then on the higher time frame, I was looking at 720 for continuation, which is the point of control. So just somewhere in here is where we'll have our eyes open. And by we, I mean me. I don't know why I've started saying we all the damn time, but that's something I need to figure out how to fix.
We're a team, Stowe. We're always a team. Me, you, the chat. We all want the same thing. Okay, I'm going to put on some risk here if we get back up to these 86s. Nice. Which we're about to, by the looks of it. Just up for some little rotation. And if not, I give up half of the money from earlier.
Is this your candle right now, the 1030 guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I basically don't want it to take the high. I just want that initial balance high to remain now.
This is also a time when I watch for further retracement. So if it's going to have to be a pretty bullish day for this 24 to hold, I'm at least 1030 to 11 into 1130. If we're already on the moon up here, I'm looking for this to come back and find a rebid, and if it's going to keep going. So this is when London does its London stuff to me sometimes. Especially if it's long from the nut low. Look at these turkeys. Let's go look at that again. Disgusting.
Yeah, they really just bought it. They bought it all there, didn't they?
Look at it. It's ridiculous. And like you said, they just turn it on, and this is like you see the candle. It's pretty odd to see the Delta Map candles color like this overnight, because there's so little information for it. So this is another sign that this was like, holy shit, get out of my way. So I like to see that too.
I sold them at 86.5 1/4, sorry.
All right, good luck on me.
Good luck to me. I need it.
Malco, are those LVWAP bands? I don't know what LVWAP is. It's just a RTH VWAP. And these are standard deviations, so.
And that lasted all of 5 seconds.
Yeah, they're just pumping.
Yeah.
Wow, previous day closes all the way up here too.
It's a good invalidation for me now, though, because if we hold above this, it's typically just a slow, grindy trend day for me. And then I make good money. I can leave it alone and move on with my day.
Yep. Oh, yes, Malco. Yep, these are VWAP bands. Just 1 and 2 standard deviations, and then the green line is VWAP itself. And I use RTH.
Previous day high too close. Yeah, I'm already playing the weekly PO3 though, so I don't really care too much about the daily at that point. And also previous day low to previous day high. It's not like I wouldn't really then short from previous day high, you know? Because at that point the true intent is in the previous day low.
Okay.
Buying it off of that previous day lows either time. So yeah, I have to play for them to fail, and if they don't fail, then I just leave it alone. I was just answering.
It's
bullish.
It's quite violent. Yes.
Yeah, they really just bought the toes off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, when they get into this, it's like it really is like everybody is trying to jump in line as fast as humanly possible, and it's fun. It's fun to be in a trade in that moment, but sometimes you can't be. Like this is another good thing. Like I took off at 23, and I'm probably gonna have to buy this. Who knows? I might have to buy 30s to get back in if I want to get back in. But I'd rather take my position off at my target and reassess than try to hold for hopes and dreams.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Makes complete sense, brother.
One brick at a time. That's what our trader uncles tell us.
I would like to build it one house at a time.
A whole house.
Yeah, I want to build.
You're going straight to motels, right? That's what it is. I like the Monopoly theme we got going on.
If I land on Park Lane, I'm gonna just buy a hotel. Yeah.
All right, straight to it. Sounds good.
Yeah, but typically that's the worst. That's the worst plan, right? The plan is to take all the houses and slow it down and do whatever, and yeah.
You're young. You can take some risk, buddy. You do you.
Oh yeah, I've taken enough risk in my life. Don't worry. Damn, they really popped it, took me out, and now they're gonna give me another setup. They really hate me today, Stowe.
Dude, nobody hated anybody more than me yesterday in that freaking market. My goodness, rotation nation. I'm glad. Yeah, this is why it's important to stay alive for me, because they'll give me the good day typically right after they give me the day that would blow old Stowe up. Like first or second year Stowe blows up yesterday, 1000%.
Yeah. It's good to look back on that though and be like, this is a big improvement.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It feels great, man. I love this game, Kane. I love it. This is my jam. Khan is really he's really pounding the desk. He's so excited. He got to 900. Good for you, dude. I love seeing people make money.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a lot of people that do, though. That's the reality. There's a lot of people that really hate to see others win. It's really ugly.
Yeah, people are dicks.
Whoa.
I don't know why people live their lives like that, but
I'm
it's
allowed to
just like,
whatever. So you got to protect the image. You're like, passive, nice, Stowe.
well, no. Well, so I was gonna do season 2 of the Painting the Tape podcast, and I was like, okay, we're gonna tone it down, right? We're not gonna curse as much. And as soon as I got in there, the guys were
You
just
just
like at least 20 F bombs. I was like, okay, well, I guess nice Stowe's out the window.
you can bleep them out.
I should, you know what? I should start bleeping, like doing old school bleeps. That's a good idea, Kane. I
Yeah,
like
but
that.
the podcast will just be bleeps. You could just rename the show to the Bleep Show.
I'll just start bleeping out things I don't like or agree with. As the
They start tearing into you about buying nonstop, and you just bleep the whole segment. You're like, you know what? You know what? The duck. The duck.
duck. That's a good idea, Kevin. I should do that.
Okay, I'm gonna give this
man.
one more. I'm gonna give this one more shot. One more shot. We'll see. We'll see if it plays. Where do I want to take it to? Is the question.
Hey, Omni, what's up, brother?
No, guys, don't sell it. You need to buy it back a little bit first. Come on. You went without me.
Let me get this tape up.
Hello.
29.
Oh, they really are just selling it without me.
Okay, watch it right there. Kind of early.
Are you buying?
I did. I got one.
Oh,
My fill
Stowe.
sucks.
Stowe, we don't do that here.
Yeah, I know. Jose
Okay.
hates buying the high.
No. We buy the highs here. But well, I'm gonna cut down my size. I don't really like,
Mm. Pretty pissed.
they look pissed, yeah. I don't know. I think this is a trap for me.
$880.
Fuck, they're gonna make me sell it down here. $550? No, they're gonna come get me, run me out.
They're refreshing. They're definitely refreshing the bid.
Do you focus on the bid or the offer, like when you're buying?
Oh, both. I look at both of them at the same time on the tape, so I can see. I'm early. Let's see if I get away with it, but I think I'm early on this. So I have them set up so the bids on the left and offer stacks on the right, so I can see them pulling, adding, and subtracting. So I kind of just it's like looking at one of those magic eye things. You just kind of have to focus on it just right. And then if you do it too long, then you see it all night, and it's super annoying.
Yeah, that would infuriate me.
Come on. You got to cross. You got to want it.
They don't want it, though.
All right, I'll take them off. I think I got it. I think we're good here.
If they could want it for like 5 more points, like on NQ, and then just not want it anymore.
Okay. You need to get back to 900?
No, not 89.
Okay.
But like, it's getting a bit too close to the 15-minute turn for me.
It's a lot. I mean, the seller's still up here at previous day close, 898. There's a dude that's on this. I don't know if you met him in Chicago or not. His name is Donnie, but he's a short-term interest rate trader, and he's a super fun guy. But his name is DCP Cooks on the internet, and something he said a very long time ago that always rattles around in my mind is when he's trading indices, any distance between the 30-second opening range and the previous day close, he considers to be a no man's land chop zone. And today being the biggest example of that, like we've gotten up to the previous day close and finally found a seller possibly on NQ. That's pretty interesting. ES didn't quite get to theirs. It's at 37. But that's in my head. Always is. Loon? No, he still trades. All traders quit trading every Friday, and then they start again on Monday, if that's what you're referring to. That's where the trope "see it Monday" comes from.
Yeah. It's like every day you get, like, what's the thing? Is in the pit, they used to fire the guys and they just turn back up on a Monday.
Yep.
It's just an emotional thing. I really like this sell, but I know I'm not going to get filled up here. And if I do get filled up here, I don't really like it as much now.
So grindy. I still feel like I'm a little early. No, Justin, I'm not in Philly. I live in Pittsburgh. Do not confuse me with the other side of this state, please.
Whoa.
I'm not responsible for what those people are up to over there.
How blasphemous.
And if anybody is in Philly in this chat, you're dead to me. I'm just kidding. Go Birds.
Okay, I just sold 5 here. Cancelled my previous. This is they're gonna go without me, so I have to sell it here.
Oh, liquidity stepping in at 26. Some 1,000-lot turkey down there doing something. Yeah, I think we all use 7Bs, don't we? No, I'm an MV7. But yeah, these Shure mics are great.
Oh, sorry, I had no idea what you're on about. Yeah, I use the SM7B, yeah.
Pro gear, pro attitude, guys. It's important.
Yeah, sure. I just bought this and this thing that on my desk. This is on my desk and they work.
Don't call me daughter. We switch over to Pearl Jam. Okay. Remind me. Yeah, so we got a bunch of bid absorbed there, all in that area where I was getting in. So chat, this is what I'm looking at. Just looking at this red team here. So this is a bunch of selling. This is a bunch of market selling that did not move the market lower. So I'm always like, best way to think about it, I'm always looking for the opposite thing to happen, right? So up here we got this two-way going on between all this bid and all this offer. And it's either going to go this way, it's going to go that way. Alternately, it could stay here for like 1,000 years too.
That would be
It's also
fucking
done.
boring though. Fuck.
I'm
Wake
good.
me up.
I'm good.
Wake
I
me
don't
up
have
when September ends. Jeez.
I don't have to trade later, so I'm good. They can get stuck with this nasty price action. That's funny, Nick.
Now or never, NQ. It's now or
Dude,
never.
I mean, they're trying so hard.
Yeah, they are. I trust in them. Those guys on the red side of the tape, they're my homies. And we never fade.
I
Never
pissed
fade the
off some
homies.
Philly people. That's cool.
Yeah, we always piss someone off.
You're dead to me.
898.
I see both sides of this trade, Kane.
Me too, sadly.
Yeah.
The thing is, for me, it's like it's now or I'm about to get caught in the turn, taking the high, and then we go again. So like that for me sucks.
Ah, this is often not. I mean, when the point of control gets moved up or down like this into one of the bands before London's about to close, it's usually a sign that that is going to at least pull back to some sort of spot in value. So I think that I don't know, ES is looking a little weaker than NQ does right now, though.
See, I love that. That's what I love
Okay,
because
because you have more opportunity in NQ since it hasn't done the thing yet.
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
and also like if ES trades into a position where I'm like that's a nice spot on NQ, and I'll just cover, just what for whatever it is.
okay.
I won't mess around with it. Yeah, NQ is the daddy ultimately. ES is the daddy ultimately. Sorry.
Yeah, Johnny, I see him. This has happened. This has happened the last couple days. Not with a thousand lot guy. A thousand lot guy was last week. Last couple days, I've noticed like 500 or 600. But I don't pay too much attention to wrestling liquidity itself. I care more about the market's reaction to it when it puts on and then pulls off. And right now, when as soon as he put on, that's when price started to move away. So a lot of people make up stories about wrestling liquidity like they're magnets or whatever. Like they may or may not be. There's literally no way to know that. So um, the best thing you can do for your own brain is just not get bogged down in trying to figure out what other people's positioning is trying to prove and just like watch how price reacts, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm in more now.
Nick's short too.
Looks like we're about to get smoked together. Nah, you know what? I love it when a trade looks bad because I'm like, okay, I knew my risk when I was putting it on, and those trades typically, when they do start to turn, they play out really fast. So we'll see. We will see. This is like textbook my model, so I'm really good with a loser here. 950.
Hmm. Chris, I have been trading for almost 5 years, if you don't count baseball cards.
We don't count those.
All right,
Sorry,
just checking.
sorry about that.
It could count. I don't know.
Sorry about it. No.
Lots of people count all kinds of parts of their trading career that may or may not have been real, I'm sure.
Well, those guys need better friends to hold them accountable. This says no.
No, I didn't watch the Yankees game, Nick. What happened? I've been really busy. I haven't had time to turn on the playoffs at all. I actually kind of feel like a shitty baseball fan in a lot of ways.
I'm gonna tighten up risk here. It's getting just a bit too close to 11
I'm
for me.
not very excited for this either. We both hate our trades.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
really not. I'm really not in love with it right now. But it's okay.
Yeah, I got to hold mine too. Whatever. Whatever.
How much am I in? Yeah, 2.5.
Hmm. Getting a little extended on other stuff that I'm up to. So I might pull this off.
Okay. Um, let me check quickly. Okay, I'm gonna get my screen up to XY because he's coming on in a second.
Is it time already?
It's time.
Oh my God, that went so fast.
He's on now, I know.
Dude, I had the best time.
Give me a second.
All right, we're coming back up to this IB here. This is what we just rejected last. Into this overnight high. So ideally, I'd like to get, like, yeah, this is still a seller there. It's still very, very angry. XY, good morning.
Shoot.
Oh shoot, they put you right in.
Hey, good morning.
What's
Please
up,
stop
homie?
shorting, everybody.
How you long?
Thank you. Thank you.
Typically. Sorry.
We
It's
just
okay. I'm about to buy for you in a second. So
Yeah, high or low, failed second attempt short earlier on. Dude, you guys want to know something crazy? I
Yes.
got up my time. It was almost 6 o'clock, right? And I'm like looking at my phone. I'm like, dude, my alarm didn't even go off. Like, what happened? This could have been bad. And I realized it's because it's 6 o'clock. And my alarm was for 6:50 because I'm on at 8.
Dude, it
So now I'm
happened.
just at desk. I'm like, well, I might as well stay up.
yeah.
I knew this was going to happen to you, man. I knew that eventually this show was going to change your sleep pattern in real life. I knew this was going to happen. I called this weeks ago. All right, cool. We
I was
did
like,
it.
how can this be? How can my alarm not go off? Like this can end badly.
We got him, Shab.
And yeah, I'm just
We
like, I'm just
got
gonna
him.
brush my teeth and get on with things.
That brings me great, great joy.
I do want to. I overheard the resting liquidity thing. I do want to say this, guys. Everyone is always like, ooh, special secret sauce in the market. Look for liquidity, and we're gonna do like market maker stuff with it, right? The way I see it is resting liquidity only becomes a magnet when the market decides they no longer want to extend from it. So it's a chicken or the egg scenario, right?
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
going towards the liquidity because the market has shown, elsewhere and by other means that they don't want to continue further or lower? It's not because, oh, there's liquidity, we should really turn around like right now. I don't think that's really the thing. Chicken or the egg.
Yep.
Take it how you will.
Well, sometimes when they throw, I mean, it's really only like, I don't know, my screen's not big enough to see when it happens on NQ, and it hasn't happened for a bit. But when they throw that stuff on ES, if there's an immediate market reaction either way, like that's what matters, right? Because market orders move price. Resting liquidity doesn't do anything until price gets there.
Right.
And even then, sometimes it doesn't do anything.
I think everyone tries to look at it through a lens of intent when it's a lack of intent. That's why it's resting. Intent is
Yep.
a market order. When you cross the spread, you're trying to move price, trying to rush a fill. Sleep pattern parlays hidden.
I always got some action floating around. Cooper, don't worry about me. Don't
Let's
you worry about
bet
me.
on this.
This is how we win.
Stowe, what happened? I thought you were long.
I took it off.
Everyone just abandoning me.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
good.
just like listening to you guys talk about, oh yeah, short, down. It's the 10:30. Yeah, we're going down. I'm like, no, please.
I think
No,
this
I'll
was
get-
just me.
I'll
to be
get
honest.
back in. I just want this to cool off, and I don't like this 11 o'clock to 11:30. Also, I've been going back through my stats and stuff, and I'm giving a lot back in this window, and so I'm very cognizant of my friends from across the pond, as they say, just selling the piss out of their entire position into my face. So
Yeah, they're definitely selling kind of hard up here. I'm like internally negotiating with the market right now. Like, okay, well, we could settle at 900 even. Then I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not gonna take that. And it goes back lower, and I'm like, no, let's settle this at 900 even. And then it goes back up. I'm like, what do you think? I'm scared? Reloaded Trader, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I overheard you guys talking about your cool mics. Mine's a $30 HyperX mic.
I thought you were, dude. You got to order that mic. Oh, we got
I
to get
totally
Kane.
remembered right now as you guys are talking about it.
Okay.
Oh, I had to wear the Philly hat too. I heard there was some discourse.
It's just that's part of the rules of Pennsylvania is you got to take shots at the other side. It's just
Yeah, he really took some heavy shots, upset chat, everything.
we can handle it. We're from Pennsylvania. We're good. We're tough.
Kevin says $30, so that's why it meets when you touch it.
That's hilarious. Getting roasted by production. It's always a good day when that happens.
Where's the lie? You know, I can't say anything.
There's your turn.
Yeah, I got stopped out of this anyway, so I'm cool with it now.
This passive guy at 900 is just like it's just chilling, huh?
Yeah, they are just chilling.
He's gonna get smoked. Maybe I think right now.
Yeah, agreed. If not, he's about to get paid a lot.
They are absorbing so much sell right here that I hope this is going to be what leads to 25K.
Yeah, that would all make sense.
At least get 915. I don't know if you're gonna get 100 points. You might get 10.
Well, my
Here it
last
comes.
limit order is
baby.
at 25,027, but there's like a 0% chance I'll be able to hold it that far anyway.
Yeah.
I know that about myself.
Oh, Reloaded Trader says, "Oh, XYZ's here now. I can like." Okay.
Yeah.
He was holding out on us.
That makes sense. How many did we get to?
Oh
Let's
man,
see.
should have told everyone to unlike it and then wait. And then re-like it.
What is it you said one time? Who needs enemies when you got friends like this, eh?
Yes, that is true. The best kind of friends are the worst kind of
Who
friends.
needs enemies when you've got friends like this? It's because Leo and Kane tried to do that to me before.
We didn't try it, we did it. Don't worry.
There's the difference, guys.
This is close.
All right. I'm going to start negotiating with the market now. I'm getting a little antsy here. I hate holding this.
ES finally got to its previous day close, like all the way back up here. So I think this is the first time that they got to it at all. They didn't touch it overnight. So yeah. All right. That's interesting. There's a little liquidity zone there too. So.
Yes, RTH gap filled. We're working with potential double singles.
Yeah, on NQ. Yeah.
Yeah. The single print definitely helped me to want to hold this.
Yep.
For sure. Hope it works out. Hope I could just sit in this.
I got out of mine because I thought I was early, but I was not.
You were very much on time.
I was very much on time. Yes.
Did you see that absorption right there
tick.
still?
Yeah.
It's kind of insane.
Yep. So that is also got me out. I'm like, whatever. I'll be able to buy this thing back again later. If I want
Is this true, Damon? Damon, is this true? He says, I saved my like for you, XYZ. Stowe and Kane told everyone to not save their likes. Is this true?
I'm just a guest on Kane's show today, so I had to play by Kane's rules.
Oh, under the bus, right under the bus.
Whoa!
Kane, here,
That's
roll under
crazy.
the bus, will you?
That's crazy from Stowe. That's nuts.
Can't trust anybody on the show. Absolutely true. Oh, I see. Who's shorting this? Hopefully nobody.
All of them.
Okay. This was a good day. Slump over, Mr. Kane. Thank you.
Yeah, it was good.
I needed some of that Kane luck.
You
gotta borrow luck from other people sometimes.
I think we did, considering.
I stole some from XY yesterday afternoon as well.
Yeah.
I did. It worked. Perfect. we were watching the market just like moon into infinity, and everyone was making fun of me in the chat. They're like, "Stowe, aren't you going to buy the high?" And I was like, "Whatever, fine, I will." And then
Fine, I will.
I got red to green off that. So
You think I'm scared? You think I'm
yeah,
scared?
yeah. It turns out I can be bullied into doing what I always do anyway.
You know, Chad, you want him to be in a position.
Peer pressure at its finest, I think. Well, chat, this was a blast. I appreciate all of you. I will see you all next Wednesday.
Yes. Thanks, Kane. I got to bounce too, XY. I got to go check on our boy, see what he's up to.
See you guys.
Ciao. Good luck.
All right, peace.
What are my settings for tape reader under 1 minute chart? It's chart settings, 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah, you guys will find that a lot of my settings are just like default. I don't really mess with stuff much. It's half, partly because I'm just not very proficient with messing with my platforms. Good morning, good morning, good morning. For anyone who saved their likes, I appreciate you guys. They are the enemy. They are definitely the enemy, so. Do I have Instagram? I do have Instagram. It is private. It is where I post life stuff. Actually, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't even post on Instagram. I'm not a big social media guy, as you can see. I try my best to do the whole Twitter stuff with trading, but even my own friends are like, "Hey, you've been posting lately, huh?" Or they'll hop on stream just to look at it and be like, "Hey, you talk a lot more than you do in real life on stream." Well, kind of have to. Jim's got my Instagram. Jim can attest to that. I haven't posted anything. Um, and it's like mostly empty. I think I'm just more of a private person in general. It's like a lurker account, you know? All my socials are just for lurking. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, Jim. Chat cracks me up, man. What are red and blue bars on the right? This is a delta by price. You probably saw the same on Stowe's chart. It just tracks literally instead of like volume profile, volume by price, it's delta by price, kind of like a volume profile. Leg to leg. So I think right now I have it resetting every 30 points because the range hasn't really been much to consider. How can I set my chart like yours? Well, I kind of just ripped this off out of the box as is. I've made very minor tweaks. Um, if you guys are interested, or if there's enough interest, I'll find a way. I'll ask like Leo or Stowe how to post my charts, workspace, whatever it's called, on the website, painting the tape on PTT, so you guys can just download it or something. We'll figure that out if there's enough interest. Because I'm be honest, I cannot tech support you guys through a workspace setup. So we'll do that. I have been getting a lot of questions also about the playbook. It's done, guys. There's other content too that I've made, but there are some problems, or they are having some issues with the website right now, and they're trying to figure that out. So there's stuff. I mean, Nick's got some stuff ready. the four-way battle winner, Nick. Yeah, there's stuff ready. It's just they're trying to work through website stuff. So I think it's giving them some problems. But I will post it when it's good to go. I'm try my best to stay in this long here. Just seeing if I should adjust my trail. I trail it to right in the middle. To get to the middle, they're probably going to go lower. But I would hate to give this access up as the market's continuing to climb. Maybe I can give it till at least ES's prior day high. But NQ is definitely finding a pretty significant offer here at its prior day high. I think I'll probably get taken out of this, and we can always try to get long again if the market gives us something. When are you the opening trader again? I'm not sure what you mean. When are you the opening trader again? If you mean when am I trading the open again, that's Friday. I'm trading the open on Fridays. Trade the open? Yeah, that's Fridays. After PAX. So in 2 days. Can you go over my long entries? Yes, I can. Yeah, okay. So there's a few things in the chat. Let me go one by one. Is a tape reader the same as Delta? To an extent. The tape reader is going off of the time and sales, which essentially all order flow is off of the time and sales. I'm gonna tuck this back under here. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, so tape reader is also based off time and sales. It's off of Delta. It's a little different than Delta by price, but you get the point. Liquidity zone settings. Where are we? Liquidity zones. 7,500 volume. Right here, everybody that's interested. 7,500 volume. 3 points. 12 ticks. Compression. 100 single block and 250 zone delta. Keeping an eye on this right here. I'm gonna just go ahead and flatten this. So we'll call that long done. So let's see. Don't know if I would trust a halfway trader Friday. Well, whether or not you can trust me as a trader is still up in the air. I'll say that much. You guys, if you weren't here Thursday, I got last place. So the long, okay. That long, I started the longs in the 780s right here. Was not the price that I would have liked to be in on. So I didn't get in too big of a size. I think I was in maybe like 4 lots. 4 lots, gave it a bit of room to try to retrace. I had my stop placed in the 65s. Why? The 65s and onwards saw a lot of buying. So the issue is if I want access into this long, it's a failed second stab at the low. If I want access into that long, the risk has to make sense. So looking at order flow, I'm seeing down to the 65 area, big offer lifting. price should not come back to that if this is going to work right now. When I get into my trades, I expect it to be on time. I'm not looking for the best price. I want to be on time. So luckily it's instant, just started working. I peeled some off and then I put some back on in the 812. So as I took off size, I think I was down to 2. And then I added 3 back on. So my ads were right here around 812, seeing them hold this. So I wanted to see a hold first for a move higher before I added more. So my average got dragged up, but it worked out. The reason I wanted longs in the first place was this area of interest, the zone, right? If they're going to make their way under and give this up, which they did, the question will then be, would this be a failed move? We do have this build, right? So they came down and they built this volume and they lost it. Coming back, if they're unable to get back down into this outer range, I think this is going to be fuel. This whole thing would be the market making that choice. Hey, we're extending past this range now. This is what we've got. You can see it's not enough. And to me, that was the choice. They tried it downsides. They made the choice. It's just not enough. There's not enough willing sellers. We're not really willing to sell down here. If that's the case, they have a good case for a move back up. So long bias, just wanted to see that hold. So let me go ahead and do this for you guys. I will put the zone up on the chart. So this is it. This is the move into it, right? Got down, failed it, and now we're climbing back up and through it. So again, this is that zone for reference, right? If we're going to climb up and through it, we have a pretty good upside. So if you look at the 5-day rolling, this is a pretty nice node, right? So that's why I was able to hold on to some for, a move into this low volume area and an attempt this, but I mean, it's taken so long. I wanted to take one off here and try to hold one for the high here, but well, market wants to negotiate. So failed second attempt, super bid coming out of that off of the news. A lot of buying. So getting on side with it. There's no way I'm going to risk like the swing right here. Otherwise, I would not be in the trade, or I'll just be in like 1 or 2 lots. But order flow gave me pretty good idea, a pretty good idea for where I can place my risk, which is the buy side. So that was the trade. Seeing the higher hold definitely gave me the confidence to put size back on for the move, for the thesis, like in totality. And the reason I didn't peel anything off after adding until overnight high was, well, if you look at this, yeah, like the next spot that would make sense is around here, right? So that's pretty much around the overnight high. So I have screenshots on Twitter, on X. So if you guys want to see kind of the development of it, how I managed and trail a stop, and it is on my X. So I forgot who asked, but I hope that helps. How do you see big offer lifting, order flow? I look at market orders. So huge, huge buying crossing the spread, hitting the resting order. So they're not resting bids that are waiting for anything. They're actually crossing the spread, hitting into the resting sell orders. So to me, that is being initiative versus passive. So passive would be an example of this, right? As we were coming up and they kept trying to sell through here, there was a lot of sell that took place. I mean, you can see it on tape reader, right? You can see it on the delta by price right here. There's a lot of negative delta, but there's a passive buyer. There's resting buyers that are reloading and refreshing in this area. For a while, they were not crossing the spread. They were kind of just passively buying it. And then they crossed the spread, made a new high, failed it. And now they're making their way back down, which is why upon seeing the new high and then a failure and then a retracement again, that's what got me flat on the longs. I'll consider that good. How much did they pay you to take a dive last week in the 4-way? No, Larry, there's a chance I'm just not that good at trading. Nick totally played us, by the way. How do you have the volume profile composite configured in 60? This is a 5-day rolling right here. The order flow package with NinjaTrader has this specific volume profile, and you can set it how many days you want it to be rolling. So I have it on 5. I like a 5-day rolling. I like a 5-day and a 30-day rolling for my high time frame. Name of the indicator on the right next to volume profile. This is a leg-to-leg delta profile. So it tracks moves leg to leg. It reloads, refreshes, updates, and stuff. Darian, for a price that's not free. Fly it here. I appreciate the remark. Yeah, for the challenge. I mean, we're largely having fun. If everyone's long, I need to get short, right? Or else the lead just balloons. So I need to get short and hope that the market goes that way instead. So it's a game within the game. Trading the traders versus the market. We did have some issues. I think three of us had problems. My price was displaying incorrectly for a good portion until I realized it. So that did some damage for sure. I think I was in the lead up like 300 or 400, and then next thing you know, it's like negative 1,000 something. And then I realized because my price is wrong. I'm entering and my bracket says this, but the price is like instant stop because the price is way different. It'd be like that, you know. She got 2K. She got 2.8. Yeah, I think a lot of you guys did well in the challenge. I know a lot of you guys placed pretty high. The winner like more than doubled the account, which is insane. There's a lot of good traders out there. Yeah, I love that Nick made a comeback. Me and Nick were in the trenches before the break. And they were just like, la-di-da, we are so in the lead. And yeah, I like that Nick made a huge comeback. September 28, Eagles versus Bills. Yeah, why are you going to that? It's gonna be a really good game. I hope. I still want the Eagles OC to be fired, so won't be happy until then. AJ Brown won't be happy until then either. Yeah, there's not much in terms of initiating a new position here for me, guys. Um, I think if they can test outwards into the 60s and fail to find an offer, I will get new bids in. But for now, I mean, if we look at the high time frame, we did sweep ever so slightly this swing into the LVN. So this could be, a move through volume again if they fail this, but they can hold. There's a lot of passive bid here. I think I want an answer though. I want to see the information in the 860s and see if there's not really any sell interest, then we'll try to get some more longs going. We are sitting on very padded profits right now, so I'm willing to give longs another shot. Yesterday and today have been market has definitely blessed me. Yesterday and today, so far today. Take a break tomorrow. I don't think, yeah, I'm not streaming tomorrow, so tomorrow will be my day off, and then I'll get back at it for the open on Friday. What is my quick, simple, easy visual, quick scan to get in? Oh, well, I don't see anything now because the risk would be very hard to manage. This can certainly work, but I am not willing to participate in longs here without first seeing the answer and what the market decides to do below the 870s here. I want to see price advertised down here and confirm for me that there's not much sell interest. And if the market also sees that, if and when it happens, people can probably get alongside on the buy side much easier. So I think I want the easier path. I'm short without risk now, looking for 842. Possible. Anything's possible. Crazy idea. You guys throw the ball. Yeah. Tell that to the offensive coordinator. What's my take on AJ Brown? I mean, he's extremely talented. I understand his frustrations. I mean, you can't always agree with how he's going about it, but I guess that if that's how he would feel that they would finally make it a more urgent matter, I'm all for it. I mean, honestly, this is like shades of Brian Johnson all over again. Eagles fans getting PTSD. The play calling is horrendous. Say when enter long, do you want buy delta to be a certain amount more than sell delta? Not always. Doesn't have to be. The sell delta outweighing the buy delta can give me a place of risk as well. So if I see a lot of selling in a certain spot, I generally don't enter on the absorption. I want to see that selling now be offsides. So price is trading above them. And then I can look for an entry then and put the risk below the sellers. Yeah, JP, so I don't see anything because that means I definitely don't want to short this because we are still trading in the highest node of the day. Where is price going? Up. Where are we trading? At the highs. It's very enticing, yes, to maybe want to short this for the way back down or retrace through this area. But the fact of the matter to me is the market is going up and it's still up at the highest distribution, which means the interest is still higher up. They've been trying to sell this for almost an hour now, pretty much an hour now, this particular spot, and they haven't gotten forward progress from it yet. So I'm not interested in the shorts by any means, especially with the high time frame logic, that got me long in the first place. This is an utter failure on the sell side. But now that we're at the swing high, it's reasonable for price to stall. But on the long side, they're bidding this passively over and over, but what are they getting for it? They're not really getting much for it right now. They finally got a new high. They poked prior day high and they gave it all back. So that doesn't really inspire confidence. To me, what would inspire more confidence in the long is for the price to re-advertise downside around here and see if the order flow tapers on the buys on the sell side, or they still try to sell it and get ran off sides back into this range. That would be what I want to see. Anything else, I consider it not only to be not worth my time, but not worth the risk. There are better setups out there, and I'm not willing to settle for that. And if this holds bid here, right, with all these pokes, if it holds bid and continues without me, I'm not going to be upset about it because, well, That's not my mode of operation. Buy high, sell higher, absolutely. Entering above absorption, can you see being above? So let's just say, for example, this, right? You see negative delta, negative delta. This is absorption. Passive buying is absorbing the market selling, which is why you see negative delta. So uh, one example would be, okay, I know these prices, what the 893 down to 874, a lot of sell being absorbed. So if they trade above this, so above 893s, if they're trading like 898s, 900s, I can consider this selling now offsides and they're going to get ran against and I can place my risk under them. So that gives me an actual setup. So there's planning, right? There's key levels, there's directional bias, but a setup is what gets you to put on the risk. Just because you have a directional bias and you're at a key spot, to me, that's not enough to put on risk. You need an actual setup to put on risk. A setup includes a spot for you to put your risk that makes sense. If that does not exist, a sensible place for your risk, and the risk is within your risk appetite, then you don't have a setup. Even if you quote unquote know which way the market's going, even if you're at a key level, that doesn't get me to put on the risk. So a lot of people, yes, it does. They'll see absorption, they'll see the key level, they'll put on some risk. It's totally fine. Some people just do limit order trading, which is totally fine. If you make money doing it, do not let me tell you how to do things. That's just not what I do. New single print on ES. Yeah, NQ is still holding its single too, single print. So there's single print is a sign of aggression on one side, and it's a single print on the buy side. So shorts are I'm very uninterested in shorts. There's zero interest. It's either they give me a really good long opportunity, or I'll say decent, or we go. But I am not willing to place longs in this area that's holding because I'm not sure where to risk, right? I don't want to risk just under it because I think it's prone for a sweep, or it was at least, not anymore. And I don't want to put like an arbitrary amount of points outside of that either, because to me, that's kind of like it's arbitrary. There's nothing to solidify that as sensible. So it's just my hands are tied. It's just not my thing. It's not my system. The market doesn't give me the opportunity. It doesn't. What's my take on fair value gaps? I know it seems like they work. I don't know. I see a lot of that stuff on socials, Twitter, on YouTube. I find that it's largely, we'll say, largely coincidental to low volume areas. And I just use volume profile for it. Some would say, it's a fair value gap. Some would say it's a low volume node, an LVN. To me, fair value gap is a lot more speculative than a low volume area. If you see a low volume node, you can take the information for a fact. It's exactly what it is. But if you're looking at like candles, like bodies on candles and wicks, you are more so speculating that there was an imbalance at all. A lot of times you'll see a body that's a fair value gap, right? But it's not an imbalance. If you look at the order flow, the bid and the ask traded fairly right through it. So on a high time frame, yeah, fair value gap can be like a single print if you're on like a 30-minute. So actually, quite literally, a 30-minute fair value gap is a single print. Yeah, so it's just a visual thing, right? If the fair value gap visual gets you paid, it gets you paid. I've got nothing further to say about it. How many cold plunges did it take to become profitable? I will never cold plunge. I refuse. You can tell me it extends my life, it makes me healthier, so and so, and I believe it, of course, sure. But I just don't want to put myself through it. So in one hand, it's like you only got one life. you should do cold plunges to extend it and make it better. On the other hand, where I am is I've got one life. I'm not going to spend it cold plunging. Sauna? Yeah, I'm definitely more willing to do saunas, yeah, than cold plunges, that's for sure. I can't even take cold showers. It's not a good experience. Why do I say it's not likely to sweep now? Oh, because the market decided that. So Gene Bar, why now as opposed to before that it's no longer really prone to a sweep? The market has made its choice that it's going to trade higher. And if it's going to trade away from it, then I have to take that for what it is. The market, this is what the market thinks. It thinks that there's no reason to go any lower. So earlier, it didn't make this decision yet. So everything is a series of decisions. That's how I kind of view the market. When it gets to this area of interest, it's on the way to make a decision. And then it makes the decision. And the outcome of that leads to the next. Can I explain again why no shorts? Well, for one, single print here, aggression on the buy side. But before that, they tried to get out of this range. They did some work. They lost all the efforts. They held higher again. So this is like they locked price against downsides. And because of that, I think it's going to go through the range. And it goes through the range. Not only does it go through the range, it builds a single print, which means the buy interest is very sustainable. It's sustaining right now. Downsides are not getting rewarded. There's actually zero case that I can make for me to want to go short side because they are not getting rewarded. The delta on the chart right here, it's just delta by price. So at these prices, there is more market selling than buying. At these, there's more market buying than selling. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's delta. Cold plunge takes 1 minute, sauna takes 30. Yeah, I just can't do cold plunge, man. I can't even do cold showers. I'll do sauna, but cold plunging is miserable, and the only benefit is getting out of it. Let's see. Strategy for the rest of the day in terms of what zones enter, but can be shorted at least to single print. Yeah, so Barat, if that's how you say it, yeah, you can definitely have tried the shorts and they would have worked right here, right? But that's not what I'm in the business of doing. If you give me what we've got 200 range, and if the short has a max reasonable payout of like 30 points, that's high to low, 30 points, forget it. We've got 200-point range. It's largely one directional, and to take a counter direction for a cap of 30 points of a runway for whatever risk you're going to put on, that's not a long-term profitable equity curve to me. I wouldn't waste my time on that. Sure, you can do it, but I think at that point you're doing it because you missed the longs and you want to be in a trade, and you're going to take what's in front of you, and that's that, and it's not that good. So if I had left my trail originally down here and not moved it, like, scaredy cat that I am, I would have got that cover now and been able to hold another one for the 25K. So yeah, it'd be like that, right? It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Yeah. Go over strategy for the rest of the day. Well, this is a zone that I had marked from here that did offer already. This is the second attempt, so it's not as high quality. And the issue now is this is a first attempt back since the wash. This is another attempt after failing a low into an old range. These moves are not equal. These are two very different moves into this zone. I would not be as confident in offering this area any longer. Not to say that it can't work. So what can set up is you can see that there is a node, there is a low volume spot. If they trade back below this into the 900s without filling this out, right, that means they were unable to build further. So right now, looking at the 1 minute, what can possibly make it a good short is failure to extend upside, one part. But if they can leave this node behind and trade under the 870s, that would get me short. As long as they're even as they're bumping into the zone, I would not be interested in shorts at all for as long as we are trading above 870s. That's just the structure that the market's given me. If it were a different structure, sure, I would maybe look for a short within this zone or coming back out of the zone after testing it and forming some sort of information, order flow, price action, whatever. But because we're working off of this means that the buying has chewed through a lot of passive sell. And if that's what I'm going to be working against, I don't want that. So high time frame, this is the structure. But intraday, they've given us this. Not interested in shorts if we are trading above this node. Let's see. Done for the day. Nice. See you, Reverso. Thanks for hanging out. Travis, I'm not sure what I said, but I'm glad that it has provided value for you. Close at 850 longs. I mean, it is new high day. Can't blame yourself for that. Where can you get my book? It's not available anywhere yet. If there's enough interest, it seems like there might be. I'll just go ahead and post that up for free on PTT. Paintingthetape.net is the website. There's more stuff we're ready to post, my whole playbook and stuff, but they're trying to figure out the website. How do you trade developing volume profile? It keeps on changing. Absolutely. And that is through a lot of screen time. Screen time and developing the intuitive aspect of, for lack of a better word, I'll say knowing when a profile is not finished developing a certain way. So it's kind of like you can look at old profiles. Let's just look at this, old profiles. And if the day currently is, it's early in the day and it's developing and you're like, this is not how profile resolves, I can speculate that price will continue to build this out or, fill in a better quality node or combine two current nodes together as one eventually, or give a better taper, more excess, so and so. So it's through looking at a lot of different iterations and then developing the intuitive part of knowing like, hey, this is not a complete profile yet. This is generally not how it resolves. And then you can try to exploit that. So that's something I do often too. Replay mode helps a lot. Any order flow traders, you're going to have to rely on replay mode. That's what I did. How do I calculate standard deviation? I don't really use standard deviations in my trading. The closest thing I have to that is IB extension. So I have the IB and I look at the 50% extensions from the IB. But standard deviations, no. Oh, Travis. Yeah. Yeah. And how do I know that? And it used to be me all the time, right? I mean, we've all gone through that. Eagles, aren't you from LA? Shouldn't you be Raiders or Rams? Yeah. I've developed a disdain for LA bandwagon fans through my years growing up, and it started with basketball. Uh, so we'll start with basketball. You know, in the early 2000s, the Kobe and Shaq era, I've always really liked the sport and seeing that Laker team and being around the fans and how ignorant they can get, it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. And who's giving them the work? It's San Antonio. And San Antonio was like the polar opposite, right? The culture, everything was polar opposite. So then I became a Spurs fan, and I've been one ever since. And I'm happy that it's a culture that I could be proud of, as opposed to a team that's changing every year that lacks continuity because now the culture is dead. When what Jeannie Buss took over, the Laker culture died. They're just hiring mercenaries now. They're trying to get to the chip. It fails, they revamp the team. But with the Spurs, even though, the Kawhi thing left them like in the dust, there's still a culture I could be proud of. So Spurs fan, basketball. Eagles fan, why? Eagles fan because back in the day, if you're old enough, oh yeah, if you're old enough, you know NFL Blitz. And me and my cousins were playing. I didn't know anything about football. I'm just super young, right? And I'm like, all right, well, I don't know these teams. I want to pick the one with the coolest color. And it just happened to be the Eagles. I just really like the jerseys. I think it's the greatest color. And from then on, every time, you start watching football, it's like I don't know anything. All I know is this team because that's the team I choose. And you just root for them naturally. And through the years, then you develop the fandom, you develop following the Eagles. And yeah, so in LA, prior to Nick Foles winning the bowl for us against Tom Brady, I would never see Eagles gear out here. Never. Now it's everywhere. You can hardly find jerseys and stuff. But yeah, I remember being Eagles fan. I mean, it's been painful, right? I think it was '04. We got to the bowl against obviously the Patriots. We had like McNabb, Brian Westbrook, Thrasher, and they just got hammered. They just got destroyed. I remember that very vividly. So the Nick Foles championship was very special to me. I got to a point where I was like, I don't even think I'll even see an Eagles championship in my lifetime. But they did it. They did it in almost a perfect way, right? And it was against Tom Brady. So yeah, that was that. And then the bandwagon started. You've seen it everywhere in LA now. There are Rams fans, sure, but there's like a lot more Eagles gear. And for me, it's simple. I just really liked the color as a kid, and I started following them when I started following football. Yeah, and that's my story about my sports fandom. So I watch a lot of basketball, a lot of football. Basketball's coming back soon. Your uncle played for the Eagles? Yeah, I mean there's been a lot of legends to the Eagles. My favorite of all time, obviously, Brian Dawkins, right? I think a lot of Eagles fans probably have Brian Dawkins as their. In sports, I think I'm very favored towards defense. I think defense is truly what wins championships in every sport. And I think the Spurs really were that example for a long time. I mean, even if you watch enough NBA, as long as Pop was coach, if you don't get your ass back in transition D, he's calling a timeout. He's just to chew you out, just make an example out of you. Transition defense, you got to do it. You can't be lazy. And most superstars, they don't even want to do that, right? Well, as the market's just stalling here, well, it is resistance after all. There's still a lot of buy tape. Delta is very positive. They are building higher. Unfadable. Nuggets gonna win it all. I'm not so sure. Which reminds me, Westbrook hasn't even been signed to a team yet. They got the Kuminga deal done on the Warriors, which means Malik Monk is probably gonna stay on the Kings, which means I don't know, where would Westbrook it'd be funny if he went to Houston, team up with Kevin Durant again, because Houston needs a point guard because Van Vliet got hurt. Do I love the claw? Absolutely not. This guy dragged the Spurs name through the mud because he's shady, him and his uncle. I do not. Yeah, the giddy half court shot. Yeah. Do you use session volume profiles or daily? On my execution chart, this is a session RTH volume profile here. But on high time frames, I like to use a daily. These are 24 hours, so whole day, Globex included, daily profiles. They help me not only draw some zones, but frame my context. What decisions has the market made? What do they seek to do then? What have they rejected? Y'all want to see it sell off? Let me buy it right quick. Yeah, a lot of people say Kawhi brought the Spurs the chip. Yeah, it wasn't a one-man team. He did lock LeBron up crazy though, but just because you played a part in a championship team doesn't mean you get to drag its name through the mud and over things that weren't their fault anyway, and try to dismantle that culture along the way of your exit, right? So some Claw fans, some are not. And now he's got the whole issue with the Clippers and his off the book contracts. I mean, all that stuff's coming to light now with how shady Kawhi's dealings have been. So truth always comes out, don't it? Nuggets have owned Kawhi, but he's a great player. I think great player is an understatement. Like I said, I'm no Kawhi fan. I do not like that guy for what he did to the Spurs. But dude, this guy, he can be gone for half a season, and when he comes back, he'll just remind you of why he's still a top 3 player. It's insane. Very, very skilled player. How do I get as good as you at order flow? A lot of replay mode. A lot of replay mode. I think a lot of people are willing to backtest, but not as willing to do replay. It's a lot more time consuming. With backtesting, you can get a lot more information quicker, but it's not exactly as useful, right? If you do, I'll say backtesting is great. If you just trade bare candlesticks, which is totally fine, candlesticks only, and you only execute off candle closes. So the way a candle develops does not matter to you. If that's the case, backtesting is pretty much all you would need. Anything further? Replay mode is where you got to be. You got to put in that time. How do I set the Spider-Man color volume? You can customize your colors in NinjaTrader. So you can do Spider-Man, you can do Iron Man. Where do I start and learn from? YouTube. YouTube. Also paintingthetape.net has a lot of resources right now. We're adding to it. Cosmic, yep, that's what you got to do. Glad to hear it. Yeah, there you have it in the chat right there. Plenty of people telling you got to do replay mode. You got to put that time in. It's like sports, right? You got to you got to go to the film room, watch tape with your team. Otherwise, you're not going to get better just because you keep playing the game.
Yo, XYZ.
Hey, what's up, Jim?
What is going on?
Not much. The market's in 3-point range.
Yeah, we had some movement though earlier.
Oh yeah. Can't
Yeah.
complain.
For sure. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to talk about crude oil. Crude oil is the market to be in today. There were some opportunities.
This is gold's moving, right? Gold was
Yeah,
moving
yeah.
earlier.
A lot of these things kind of like, if you're not up early, you're going to miss it, pre-market stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, gold's been up about 0.5% for a long period of time, but we had a nice little sell-off in gold. So there's a couple short opportunities in gold.
I accidentally woke up too early thinking it was an hour later, so I got to find myself in some longs earlier on.
There you go. And they worked out good. That's awesome. That's very, very awesome. I heard you talking about football earlier.
Do you like football, Jim?
I got to say, I don't have a local team. So I'm in South Carolina. I'm in, Charleston. All right. We don't have a team. Closest teams are Charlotte Panthers, which are always really, really bad. Atlanta Falcons and Jacksonville Jaguar. They're all within striking distance, 3-4 hour car rides.
Tough,
So
tough to be fans of those teams for sure.
yeah, but I've been a fan of this guy, Penix Jr., Michael Penix
mm,
Jr. since he was in Indiana. So he started off in Indiana. He did good there. He got injured. The coach was a wackadoodle. And then he went to Washington and took him all the way to the national championship game. And then, surprise, surprise, Falcons draft him right after they signed Cousins. So he was a backup for a few games, and then all of a sudden he was a starter. And the kid is good. Keep your eye on this kid. He's good.
no, I think the league knows he's very good.
Yeah.
It's just his team is not. It's kind of like I don't know, who would you say? Look at Joe Burrow. Jesus,
Yeah.
that guy is insanely talented, but his O line actually wants to see him die. So
Yeah. I know. I know. Anyway, awesome, man. You're coming back this afternoon, right?
yeah, back with Nick.
Nick for Tick, XYZ this afternoon, folks. So hit that thumbs up button right now. Don't wait. Hit the subscribe button. We're over 149,000 now on subscriptions. I don't know how far over 149,000, but we are over 149,000. We're getting close to the 150, everybody. So spread the word in social or any way you could do it. If you're standing in line at the mini mart, just start talking about it. We can get to 150K pretty quickly here. So I appreciate everybody's support. Everyone's been great in the chat. Let's give a hand and a thumbs up for XYZ putting on the line this morning. Thank you for being here, bud.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, chat.
All right. Let's do an edge report and we'll close the morning session. I want to talk about crude oil. We've been talking a lot about equities, right? Equities. And me and Deli talk about bonds and notes a lot in the morning. But crude oil this is a really nice tradable market. And I'm sorry, I got gold up here. Where's my crude oil? I hit the wrong button here. November crude. Come on, chart. So there's micros here as well as regular, classic size. I'm gonna call it classic size. And so just kind of, there's a lot of stuff to tell. This is a 30-minute intraday chart. This is just kind of, showing, I'm able to show the whole screen right now and kind of look at what happened here. And a couple things to point out. We started off on a high note in the London initial balance. And then as soon as that initial balance ended, it was a big 3-candle sell-off, right? Big 3-candle sell-off. And then we kind of ended up in this, use your imagination. I drew a trend channel, and I'm not a super fan of trend channels intraday, but in this case, I drew it because I thought it was kind of significant. We have a couple of things going on here. We have, hang on a second, let me get my thing out here. If you want to consider that swing high and then swing low, now we have a lower swing high. We have a lower swing low. We have a lower swing high. So this pattern's kind of zigzagging, repeating itself as this is going down, as this is sloping down. And so it's like, okay, so do we want to take it? How do you exploit that? Well, you exploit it by recognizing where the trend are and where the swing highs are, and then selling off and buying off. So that's kind of like number one. I thought that was pretty interesting. Number two, we also have, the volume profile is a B, small case B shape volume profile, right? So we know all the action centered toward the bottom, right, of the price action today, and there's a point of control that's kind of relatively sticky even within the channel. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the last 6 candles. These are 30-minute candles, right? I have traded through that point of control. So it has acted like a magnet, and we just hit it again, right? And what does that line up with? It lines up with that 0 DTE put support. So again, 2 points of interest right next to each other. So the last piece of the puzzle is the session VWAP. And ever since, again, we broke through it after the London initial balance. And then we've been, every time we hit that VWAP, we sell off. Hit the VWAP, we sell off. Hit the VWAP, we sell off. Hit the VWAP, we sell off. So that VWAP, that session volume weighted average price, is acting as resistance all the way down, which gives us another piece of information to say, okay, when we're testing this upper part of this trend channel and this VWAP, and we got confirmation that we're not breaking through it, well, maybe we should get short here. So in any event, some really good stuff happened pre-market and is continuing to happen throughout. Right now, we're tracking a 61.77 price. And if you go back to the daily chart, remember, we have almost a triple bottom now. Excuse me, getting a little too excited about crude oil. Almost a triple bottom now. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm more than a triple bottom. Every time we get down into this area here, the macro environment, boom, buyers come back in. And that's what we're seeing again. So we'll see. Is this time we're going to get a breakthrough to the downside? Remember, we have March support. If you go all the way back to March, you're going to find some support back here under 61 at 60. So we're kind of entering the danger zone here, but we haven't closed there. We haven't closed into the rectangle or below the rectangle yet, but 3 sell-off candles here are pretty conspicuous in my humble opinion. So that's what's going on in crude oil. Again, check it out. The micros are good too. There's plenty of volume there. The Bitcoin, really quickly, we'll just take a look at a daily chart on the Bitcoin and call it a day. Another triple top. 1, 2, 3. We're breaking out now. We're breaking out of that 118,000 level right now. We're still in the rectangle, but we're moving up. Bitcoin is on the move, super bullish. Look at the ADMA has crossed over the 50. The ADMA has crossed over the 21. The stochastics have crossed over. It's almost into 80. This is a super strong market. And this is a benchmark candle. This is a big candle. This is not a baby candle. So 2 out of the 3 last big green candles are serious candles. So the Bitcoin is on the move as well. Very bullish disposition here. We'll see if we close above. If we close up here, then tomorrow is going to be a confirmation candle, right? We're going to get a higher close or a higher movement after that tomorrow. We'll see what that brings in to us today. Having said all that, folks, that is today afternoon's Edge Report. A couple of announcements. We'll cut and paste a link in the chat really quickly here. A little bit later on today, 4:15, I'm sorry, East Coast time, me and Michael Burke are going to go over placing trades, and managing orders as well on the NinjaTrader web-based platform. We're going to take questions live. If you register for the event, we're going to pop it into the chat right now. Yeah, it's in there right now. You could pre-ask questions as well that we'll be prepared for. This is the second of 3 series. We did the desktop order entry last week. This is the web-based. Next week's going to be the mobile. So if you get time, pop in there. We'd love to see you. In the meantime, this afternoon, remember, we'll be back 2:30, Shy, me, and then we're going to have XYZ and Nick trading the close. So we're not done yet. We're going to do a lot of fun stuff, and I think these markets are going to be moving. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. Take it easy. Have a nice lunch. Hopefully we'll see you this afternoon.